this meeting. I will just quickly do the official part of dispensing with formalities. Once again, we are reminded of the rules of engagement on this platform, that at all times we have to ensure that our mics are muted and video cameras off until a time when you are recognized by the chairperson, at which time you will then unmute your mic and switch on your video camera and proceed to speak. Situations where you experience network challenges and you do want to get permission to switch off your video camera to maximize your bandwidth, you'd ask for permission from the chairperson, and that would be granted for you to proceed. For those that may lose connection in the process and have to reconnect to the meeting, as you rejoin the meeting, ensure at all times that your mic is muted, video camera off, as mics are sensitive and will pick up background sounds that may distract the speaker that may be on the table. As it is permitted in the rules, the point of orders are allowed. However, you would not unmute your mic before you are recognized by the chairperson for you to raise the point of order on which the chairperson could rule upon in line with the rules of the National Assembly as adopted. This should then apply also to all other participants that are on the platform who may be recognized to speak at different times. Without further waste of time, as you flight the agenda, which is the notice convening the meeting, Ajira, you'll then also indicate formally the apologies that may have been received by the office before I check with members if there may be apologies there which may have not been recorded. Over to you, Ajra.
Chairperson, we have an apology from the Minister and Deputy Minister, Chair. We also have an apology from members Potlani, Ms. Kubeka, Mr. Mtembo, and Dr. Pasopo will join us later. Our alternate member is here, Ms. Steko. So we've curated, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Ajira. Honorable members, do I take it that those apologies are noted and that the meeting is able to proceed as we correct? Of course, we'll assess at the time of decision making if they would be able to do that as to how far we are in terms of required numbers to make such decisions. As I said, Ajira, please again flight the agenda. It's important to remind ourselves on the items that are before us so as to guide the meeting in terms of that. I would just indicate that for us to be able to do our business and complete, I would want to request that we change the ordering so that we deal with the part of the entities first, get done with them so that those that need to be released would be released, and leave the committee to continue with matters that are more of the committee in that regard. So this should help us then ensure that we are also productive looking at the time that's allocated to us. So we're just changing the ordering, not the agenda, in terms of content of items that are before the committee. As we get to adoption of the minutes, like we have done in the previous meeting, we'll also use that to update at the end the members and South Africans on matters that we need to update, amongst those being the way forward on the SABC board appointment process, for which subcommittee members would have already received notice in that regard. But we'll deal with that on that item, so that we do not put things that come together. So therefore, we'll start with the item on the presentations that have been received by members. Of course, there was something called consultation, which takes into account all the presentations already received by members. So that will be the first item. So may I check, Honorable Kolabanat, I see your hand, whether it is in disagreement on the ordering of the agenda or what?
No, Chair, I'm not in disagreement at all. I wonder if you could advise me, this consolidated report that is put together by the department arrived around about an hour ago. And it seems at a cursory glance, as quickly as I could, to be a summary. Certainly the SABC report is some 14 pages, and that's been reduced to just 5 slides. So it's perhaps been summarized into what someone believes is most important for us to see and hear. With such short notice, I've not had time to go through each individual presentation to see how truncated it is in this consolidated report. Of course, I've gone through all the original reports. I'm quite uncomfortable with this. I don't think we should be looking at summaries. It's not a job we need to rush through. So are we going to have the relevant managers presenting their full presentations? Or I don't understand how this works. Do you let the department speak for the other entities? How do you propose this happens? I'm quite uncomfortable with this process.
No, thank you, Honorable Kolabanat. So if I thought it's a disagreement in the ordering, we will deal with this as we get to the item itself, so that there's better clarity on it. And I'm sure the department may want to clarify this point. But just to remind you where this emanates from, is that in the presentations that have come from entities, the entity oversight of the department usually would look at those reports, what the AG said. We have to ensure at all times that the reports have been quality assured, so that there's collective responsibility from those that play immediate oversight and those that are reporting to us at the end. What we have had, I'm sure other members would remember, we have had this presentation where it's an overall presentation, and members would have complained, I think it's probably 2 or so meetings back, complained that as you speak to your notes, we do not have these notes that you are talking to. But it does not replace the fact that you have received detailed report from the department or the entity concerned, and that in the questioning, you work on the basis of what has been received from the entity. Secondly, in terms of responses needed, the reason they are present is for them to do that. So that is also done to also manage the time that you raise only silent points than reading 40 slides on a slide by slide, line by line basis. Of course, trusting that members who would have received these would have had an opportunity of going through them line by line, and therefore to still do it in the meeting line by line will be taking more of the time with presentations than the actual engagement on the presentations. So that has been the view of the committee in this regard. But like I'm saying, the department may want to speak to that point. My take is their presentation of summary being salient points does not mean that the entities are exonerated from answering specific questions which are based on the detailed presentations which were circulated well in advance. So it's really about speaking to the notes concerned. But like I'm saying, the department may want to maybe clarify that point. So we've always been trying to strike a balance, also given the number of entities that come before the committee itself. Acting DG, I see your hand.
Good morning, Chair, and very good morning to the honorable members, as well as then the representative of our entities on the platform. Chair, I think you have summed it. Firstly, it is not a replacement to honorable member, Ms. Collard Barnard. It certainly does not replace the presentations by the respective entities, because justly they are accountable to Parliament. What we wanted to do, because there are 11 entities, we thought it was best that it was consolidated, highlighting, as Chair you've indicated, the issues coming from the AG, and then the responses that are coming from the entities themselves at a high level. However, Chair, we would be guided by you. If then the portfolio committee feels that they would like each individual entity to present, we stand to be guided by you, but we were just trying to assist in order to ensure that there's sufficient time for deliberations as well as discussions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Acting DG. Those are the responses, Honorable Kolabanat. DG, if you can lower your hand. Okay, thank you. Honorable Kolabanat.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yes, I am uncomfortable because now the full presentations won't be seen by the public who are also watching. But it just strikes me that many committees sit 2 and 3 times a week. Certainly all the committees I've ever been on. And here we are saying, oh, we don't have the time to do the full presentations. Could we not perhaps sit 2 or 3 more times? Sit at night, sit whenever you like, in order to go through each one in a detailed and methodical manner. You know, I understand they're instructed to summarize everything and let's just get it done and hustle it through the committee, but I don't think that does the process justice. That's my opinion. Thank you.
No, thank you, Honorable Kolabanat. As we then proceed in the way we've indicated, maybe it's important, it may have not been part of your handover process from the party side. We have had similar approach. The same members of the committee would have raised the point that it gets to be too much of loaded information that makes it difficult for them to engage meaningfully at that time. Like I said, because of the time and all that, there were times where we would meet even 2 days. You can go and track the record. There will be times when we split the meeting between the morning session, which takes us to a break, and then continue in the evening. So what it means is that you also have different understanding on how the reports need to be dealt with. And this was to strike the balance. That yes, we receive the presentations in detail and go through them. But for the same reasons you are saying, that we could have also gone the other way, which I think happened in the other term of Parliament, where the chair would say, probably we have read the presentations, we would not waste members' time. We want to engage now because we have read. But you may leave also the public, that was a feeling at the time, you may leave the public out completely because they don't know what you're engaging on. And therefore the summary of high level was more to say you would be able to have a sense, even as a member of the public, what really comes out of what is being raised yourselves. So as I say, we'll keep that in mind if the committee so wants to review. And of course, that's a matter I would have to also take to the House Chair, especially where there are issues of slots for committees as other members serve in other committees other than this one alone. So we'll have to balance all that. And I think even days allocated to committees, which is something that has been emphasized now, are meant to ensure that, especially those that are overstretched as parties in terms of their representation, that they still have an opportunity of participating in a number of committees where specific topics would relate to their constituencies and want their voices heard. So it's that balance, more than a rush like you would want to put. It's never been the case. And as I said, it's a matter we may want to consider, consult broadly on it, and check if it will be now a possibility. But for me, what's important is that if members do process the information that come before them, if matters have not been covered in that high-level summary, they are able to make reference to what they have read and ask the relevant questions and get proper responses from the entities concerned. With that having been said, we will then proceed on the basis of the preparations for today, as per the notice convening the meeting, that on the first item, as we have rearranged the agenda, we will then take that presentation. I'm not sure, the acting DG, I take it that you would have agreed on people to lead with the presentations. We will, of course, as part of tightening up some of the matters raised by the AG, one of them, if honorable members would remember, is that action plans do get presented. They are weak or not implemented at all sometimes. We would want going forward, even the people that come before the committee, that we can be assured, at least through the chairperson, so that we place it on record for future meetings, that whoever comes to present has been mandated, and given that mandate, it means whatever has been agreed as recommended by the committee is binding in that way, so that there is no gap of information between whoever acted at a particular time and who acts at this time. So that's something you'll also want to take back. Would raise it directly also with the minister and deputy minister, just to be sure that at all times people coming before the committee are mandated, but secondly, that all reports coming before the committee indeed have been quality assured, and they will therefore be binding in that regard. So that's how we proceed. Acting DG.
Thank you very much once again, Chair, and apologies that earlier on I couldn't switch on the camera. Chair, I'm joined this morning by DDG Manzini. She is responsible for administration, as well as DDG Shelembe, who's in charge of our SOC oversight, along obviously with colleagues from the respective branches. In terms of our presentation from the department's side, it will be led by the acting CFO, Mr. Frick Niemand, and he is supported by the CAE, as well as then the colleagues from our risk and finance section and HR. If briefly I can just firstly table, once again, the apologies from the Minister and the Deputy Minister, and then indicate to the members on the platform that the department has been working with the Office of the AG to ensure that we resolve the issues that were raised in terms of findings for the department. In this regard, we have drafted an integrated action plan, which we are monitoring on a monthly basis. And we also ensure that the entire executive of the department takes equal responsibility on. Honorable members, for the 2021-2022 financial year, the department had 20 findings, and I'd like to indicate that this is an improvement from the previous year. However, we are still equally concerned on these. 6 were resolved, and 9 were not resolved, and 5 were partially resolved. In terms of the findings themselves, in the first area, it was under finance. There were 8 findings in finance, and I think the detailed presentation is going to be tabled to the honorable members. There were 8 findings in finance, of which 4 were already resolved, and 3 are not resolved, and 1 was only partially. The unresolved.
Acting DG, there's a point raised on the platform about flighting
Presentation.
presentation because members would want to follow. But let me also use that, honorable members, to indicate that I have an indication now that the AG's office has also joined the session in case in the questioning time there may be matters members may want AG self to clarify. Can then proceed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. As I indicated that the acting CFO, Mr. Frick Nemand, will be taking us through those particular action plan. With regards to performance management, just briefly, there were 3 targets that were not resolved. These relate to the misalignment between the estimated national expenditure as well as the APP, where we did not include these critical priorities in the APP. And but then we've also took to resolve those. Also, the other area was it was reported achievement. It was not supported by accurate as well as complete listing. This relates to the analog switch off. Under HR, there were 4 findings in HR, and 3 were not resolved, and 1 was partially. The unresolved findings relate to the HR plan, which is not in place. And then there's also then the partly unresolved findings relate to the department training policies with Treasury, and those also we are going to address. Under IT, there are 3 findings. 2 were already resolved and 1 partially.
It's unless it's on my side, honorable members. If it's on my side, then it's fine. I'll have to work on my gadget. It's that I don't see where you're presenting that, I think from side.
Yes, the presentation seems to be frozen, Chair, or no one's turning the pages.
Frick, if you could kindly move to the next slide, and then I'm going to hand over to you. I was just doing a quick high level, but if we could just, thank you, just indicate these. Chair, let me hand over to the CFO, the acting CFO, to then take us through. But just to indicate that we are working with the Office of the AGSA, but we're also, as then the presentation that will be tabled with the entities, have set up a CFO forum that reports to the CEO DG forum to ensure that the material irregularities, as well as then these findings across the entire portfolio, we are addressing them holistically. That will be meeting on a quarterly basis, And I'm hoping that at the next session, where then we are receiving the 2022-2023, there will be much improvement. Can I hand over to the CFO, Mr. Niemand?
Thank you, DG, and good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, members of the committee, chairpersons of entities, CEOs, all protocol observed. If I may start on the slide in front of us, Chairperson, like my DG has indicated, we did receive 20 findings in the 21-22 financial year, which is an improvement from the previous financial year where we received 28 findings. 9 of the findings were already resolved. 5 or 6 already resolved, I'm sorry, 9 not resolved and 5 partially resolved, and I will give a little bit more detail in the slides to follow. Can you move to the next slide, Zaitoon? Thank you. Chair, on this slide, we have broken it down per unit, and with finance, we did receive 8 findings, and 4 findings were resolved. 3 findings unresolved. Those relates to consequence management and irregular expenditure, and I will provide more information about that. Then 1 unresolved is the compliance issue, and that relates to the framework on irregular expenditure. So it actually relates to the 2 findings. And then 1 finding is partially resolved, which relate to the SABC loan, which I will also provide a little bit more detail in the slides to follow. On human resources, we have received 4 findings, 3 remain unresolved and 1 partially resolved. The ones that are not resolved is actually repeat findings from the previous financial year, and it relates to the structure that is not been approved of the DCDT, which is work in progress, and the target date to complete is the 31st of March. Then on the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, that one is unresolved, is currently being investigated, and it will be presented to the internal loss control committee to consider. If you look at the broadcast digital migration, the 2 findings that are partially resolved, it relates on how we reported on the installation of the set-top boxes in the BDM project, and that findings will be resolved once we have submitted the amended APP and when it is approved, because those findings relate to the numbers reported that differs between the department, Centec and USAASA, and AGSA then indicated that they cannot put reliance on the information. So we are addressing that through the APP. On information technology, the 1 finding that has not been resolved, they did draft the SOP, which will be presented to the government structure, and once that is approved, that finding will also be resolved. So that's why it's partially resolved. Then on performance management, Chair, that also relates to the accounting of the installation of set-top boxes. So that will be addressed once we submit the APP for approval. Can I move to the next slide, Zaitoon? Thank you. Chair, this is only a graphic presentation or indication of how the findings are looking at. Excuse me. Then on findings finance, as I've indicated, there were 8 findings, 4 resolved, 3 not resolved, and the 1 is in progress. And performance, the 3 findings not resolved. HR, of the 4 findings, 3 not resolved, 1 partially resolved. IT, 3 findings, 2 resolved, 1 in progress. And BDM, the 2 findings that is in progress. Can we move to the next slide? Thank you. So in terms of the findings that relate to the finance unit, on the irregular expenditure, Chair, there was non-compliance to the Treasury regular expenditure framework. Those were, I think, 2 findings, and no evidence that the determination assessment conducted. And in the action plan that we have drafted, Chair, we have increased the skill set in the loss control committee, so that we can also deal with the irregular expenditure in that committee, and that would be in line with the framework. And then we have also sent all the committee members for training on the 3rd and the 4th of November to make sure that the committee members who are serving on that committee are updated with regard to the framework and the regulations and the terms of reference with regard to the committee. Then currently, Labour Relations are also assisting us with consequence management, and I'm happy to present, Chair, that last week we have concluded 49 cases, and we are in the process of writing to Treasury for condonement, and that will bring the number of cases down with quite a bit. And then there is a new chairperson that was appointed as the chairperson for the Loss Control Committee, and the committee will have its inaugural meeting tomorrow, which is the 23rd. The due date for the resolution of the irregular expenditure, that one is ongoing, and unfortunately we cannot put a due date on that one because it depends on the investigations that must happen. On the SABC loan, this one is quite a tricky one and a technical one, and it relates to the permanent capital that was made available by National Treasury to SABC in 1972 to the amount of 29.4 million. This amount we have agreed with National Treasury and SABC to pay back this loan to Treasury and then reallocate the funds to the former Department of Communications. This happened in 2016, 17, 18, 19, and 1920 in the MTF. The AGSA has found that it was not done correctly. And if the SABC wants to pay back the loan, it will have to be done through repealing the Act or the sections that was not yet repealed by, in the Exchequer Act. So there is a submission that is done through Treasury that is going to Cabinet to repeal Section 28 to 30 of the Exchequer Act. Chair, by implication, when that Act is repealed, it might mean that SABC will not be able to pay back or will not be allowed to pay back that 27 million, and we will have to find a way through National Treasury to see how we then refund the SABC of about 12 million that was paid back over a period of 3 years in the MTF period. We had a meeting with the AGSA following the finding, and they indicated that National Treasury will have to provide guidance on this matter. We met with National Treasury and SABC, and they indicated that they will consult their legal people and their technical staff, and then they will come back to us on this one. Yeah, so this one is, like I'm saying, is quite a tricky one. Next slide, please, Zaitun. Right, then with regard to the performance management, as I've indicated, Chair, without wasting time, it relates mainly to the BDM project and the reporting on the successful installations, where the figures were not the same reported between Centec, USAASA, and the department. So with amending the APP, the department will then reporting on the monitoring part of the BDM project. Centec will report on the installation, and USAASA will report on the funding part of it. Next slide. On the human resource action plan, Chair, like I've indicated, the finding and the repeat finding is on the approval of the structure. That is work in progress. We have had several engagement within the organization to look at the structure, and by indication, we would want this to be finalized by the 31st of March, and then get it approved by the DPSA. Can we move to the next slide? Okay, on the information technology, there were 3 findings. 2 were already resolved, and the one finding relates to the standing operating procedure that was already drafted, and it only needs approval so that finding can be resolved as well. Next slide. The action plan for the BDM project, Chair, as I've indicated, these findings relate to the reporting in terms of the key performance areas in the APP and how we reported it. But with the submission of the APP and the amendment of the APP, these findings will be resolved as well. so it's partially resolved. Can we move to the next slide? Okay, on the action plan, this is a consolidation of the action plan by the 5 units who are implicated in the findings. In finance, the 3 unresolved findings relate to irregular expenditure. And what we have done to resolve this, Chair, we have amended the terms of reference of the committee, as I've indicated, which will be presented tomorrow for approval, and then it will go to the accounting officer for approval. Then we have already concluded the investigation of 49 cases. So there is good progress made with regard to the irregular expenditure. We have also identified 2 resources who will deal with the fruitless cases and the irregular cases, and also all losses that happens within the organization. And as I've already indicated, there's a new chairperson appointed, and hopefully the new broom will sweep very clean. Then on the other one that relates to the SABC, which I have already indicated at large. On the performance issues, the APP is being amended, and that will address the findings in the performance unit. In the HR, the structure is ongoing. There was a presentation that was done to the executive committee in the department on 31st October. So there is progress made with regard to that. And then with regard to the HR1, there was irregular expenditure that was identified to the tune of about 7 million rand. Chair, that one also, I think what happened, we had a policy, and the department applied the policy to the letter, but it was only identified by the AGSA in the latter financial year. That the policy that has been applied by the department is not in line with supply chain procedures. We did write a letter to Treasury, and they have responded to say that in these cases where you want to have a specific training done on short courses, you can actually do it through a deviation, and by doing so, you will still be aligned with the SCM processes. But we have requested the Labour Relations Officer to assist us with the investigation to see whether we cannot apply consequence management in this particular case. Then there's a finding on the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. I do not necessarily agree with the finding because it relates to change in the policy. When we have appointed, when the new executive was appointed, the appointment of staff was put on hold because of the structure that has not yet been approved. And I think it is to avoid, the appointment of staff, and then later you sit with the supernumeraries and people that are additional to the establishment. On the IT one, it is the SOP that still needs approval. That is almost done. And then on the BDM, as I've indicated, for Q1, Q2, we will report in terms of the old APP, but for Q3, 4, we will then report on the new APP once that is approved. Can I go to the next slide? Thank you. Chair, on the findings for 2021, there were 28 findings, 24 were resolved, 3 findings not resolved, and 1 partially resolved. And if I can go to the next slide, I will give you more information on the ones that are not resolved. Zaitoon, can you go to the next slide? Thank you. Once again, the graphic presentation on how the findings were distributed. In finance, we did receive 13 findings, 12 findings already resolved, and the 1 finding is partially resolved. Now, the one that's partially resolved, it relates to the irregular expenditure that is ongoing. On the HR one, 5 findings, 3 resolved, 1 not resolved, and 1 partially resolved. And then IT and performance and governance, they have resolved all their findings. Can we go to the next slide? Okay, on the action plan for the 2021 outstanding findings, Chairperson, the unresolved findings, as I've indicated, it relates to the irregular expenditure, and we have done good progress. We have amended the terms of reference, and it's the same narrative that you see on the 21-22, but all those things were put in place to make sure that we address the findings. Then on the governance findings, the only finding that is outstanding, Chair, is the issue of the policies. In total, we should be having 74 policies. 60 policies were approved by the end of the second quarter. Six policies partially concluded. It was drafted. The only outstanding action is to present it to the government committee or the governance committee so that we can approve those 6 policies. And then there are 6 policies outstanding, and 2 policies were put on hold. And the policies that were put on hold is relating to the performance issues. DPSA is currently reviewing the process of performance assessments and all of that. So that is why it was put on hold until DPSA issue a new circular to tell us how to deal with future performance of staff. Then on the HR, the structure is still outstanding, and this is a repeat finding in the 21-22. This is quite a lengthy process, Chairperson, because you have to develop it and then get it approved through the structures. It also entails job evaluations, the drafting of performance, the duty sheets and all of that. So it's quite a big process. And then there was yes, and then of course the other finding was on the vacancies that are long outstanding, but those findings will be addressed as soon as we have the new structure approved, and then we will then start with the filling of those positions. We did not want to fill positions right now because if the structure is different from the one that we currently have, you might sit with with excess staff at the end of the day. Can we move to the next slide? Thank you. On the irregularities, Chair, we are happy to announce that we did not have any material irregularities reported by the AG or identified by the AGSA in 21-22 as well as the prior year. And the only ones that we are dealing with is the ones that accumulated to 233 million at the end of the financial year, ended 31 March 2022. Chair, and of that expenditure, 78 million is currently awaiting court action. 58 million is under investigation at the moment. 133 million submitted to National Treasury for condonation, and we are still yet to get the feedback from Treasury. Some of these times, they take 3 months, 6 months, but we will patiently wait and remind them constantly on the condonation. The challenges that we have, especially with those that are currently under investigation, is the availability of documentation. There are a few cases, Chair, that dates back to 2004, 2005, and before 2010. So it becomes very difficult to conclude those investigations, simply because people who worked at the department at the time have left the organization, and they also left with a memory of those things. So, but we will then engage National Treasury and AGSA to see how we can deal with those ones successfully. One thing that you do not want is to keep these things on record for indefinitely. We want to deal with it and remove it from the books of the organization. Can I go to the next slide? Zaitun, can you move to the next slide? Thank you. And I think this is the last slide. Chair, in terms of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, there are only 3 cases that makes up the 8.6 million in the books of the organization. We are currently dealing with number 1 and number 2 on the list. We did receive information from the state lawyers to say that we cannot hold the former DG or accounting officer accountable. I have then written a letter to the AGSA to ask for their advice, and my thinking is that we would have dealt with number 1 and number 2 before the end of this year, and then the other one is a matter that will be referred to the Loss Control Committee, who will then take a decision on the 55 and determine the responsibility accordingly. Chair, I think that concludes my presentation. Thank you very much. I'm handing back to the DG.
Thank you very much, CFO and Chair. I'll be guided by you in terms of, would you like us to take questions now, Or can we then proceed and table the presentation by the entities?
Thank you. I think DG would take the presentation, as we said, consolidated between now and 10:30. We'll manage the time as we move, so that when members come in, they can engage all as they would have gone through. But like I said, just for record, we have the representatives from the AGSA, Joyce Koyana, Ms. Joyce Koyana, Senior Manager, Surat Taliat, also Senior Manager. And if you would want to comment later on, they would do that also at that time. But like I said, consolidated, and we take it to first, and we'll manage it from there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. May I then request DDG Shelembe to take us through the consolidated presentation by the entities, mindful that the actual entities presentations were tabled. Over to you, DDG.
Thank you very much, ADG, and good morning, Chairperson and honorable members, and good morning to officials from the entities, the CEOs and other colleagues from entities and from the department. We are presenting the consolidated presentation for 4 entities, namely the Post Office, SITA, USAASA, and SABC. As already indicated, Chairperson, this is a summarized version, which is done on the basis that the full presentations would have been circulated beforehand from each entity, and honorable members would have had an opportunity to take a look at those. Next slide, please. Next one. Thank you very much. On SAPO, SAPO received a disclaimer of the audit opinion with significant matters, 13, which has been a slight improvement from 2021, where they had 18 significant matters, and category A findings are 39, and again is an improvement there from 50 in 2021. The significant matters are distributed across these items from going concern, right of use of asset and lease liability, and so on, all the way right up to number 13, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Next slide. And again, these 39 category A findings are split across those 13 items as follows. Going concern is one finding. Non-current assets held for sale, 4 findings. The right of use of assets, finance lease liability and lease payments, 3 findings. Trade and other receivables, 9 findings. And trade and other payables, 3 findings. Funds collected on related parties, expenses, 7 findings. Supply chain management, 2 findings. Strategic planning and performance management, 9 findings. And fruitless and wasteful expenditure, 1 finding. Next slide, please. On the going concern, really, it relates to the liquidity challenges that are currently faced by the Post Office. The Post Office recorded losses of 2.4 billion for 21-22 financial year and 2.2 billion for 22-23 financial year. The implementation of the SAPO strategy will improve the financial performance of the South African Post Office. However, it requires funding assistance to settle the historical debt and implement that strategy. The liquidity challenges continue to result in late payments and interest being incurred on those payments. On the right of use of asset and lease liability, Contractual payments were used instead of the lease payments, and therefore non-payments of creditors results in delay payments, resulting in the differences. There are a large number of leases, and the IFRS schedules are required to be recalculated for 2021-2022 financial year and 2020-2021 financial year. Schedules are required to be updated for the 2022-23 financial year. In progress is the target to have the updated preliminary schedules to be implemented by 28 February 2023, and final schedules to be updated to be completed by 30 April 2023. Next slide. On funds collected on behalf of third parties and financial services revenue, the system, which is the third party management system, was not restored, or disaster recovery challenges were encountered. This, no, forward please. No, forward. Yeah, thank you. This resulted in limitation of scope on the audit of revenue from financial service and agency services revenue. Investment in IT infrastructure is required, and therefore finance is in constant discussions with IT department to ensure the transactions are processed. On non-current assets held for sale, there's a difference in the approval schedule for the sale of properties and schedule provided to the AGSA. Properties, the division of the post office, have prepared submission to board to approve the revised schedule. Properties is in process of expediting the transfer of the property to the purchaser. On related parties, the target is to have the updated preliminary schedule to be completed by 28 February 2023, and final schedules to be updated to be completed by 30 April 2023. Next slide. Under trade and other receivables, reconciliations are not timelessly cleared, unacknowledged receipts by branches, documentation requested not provided within the 3 days. All reconciliations are being attended to, and the switch process for branches for over-the-counter transactions was implemented from October 2022. This will improve the processes and control environment.
Molweni. Ndisene meetings ezininzi, otherwise ndayifuna le meeting kunye nani, kodwa ndisene meetings ezininzi ngoku.
This is in progress to address all audit findings. On trade and other payables, it is in progress to have the required documentation to support the balances for audits for 2021-22 financial year and 2022-23 financial year by 31 January 2023. The documentation to support the balances for the current financial year to be completed by 30 April 2023. It is in progress to address all the audit findings. On cash and cash equivalents, cash transferred to vendor was disclosed as a receivable or receivables. Auditors' opinion is that those funds should be disclosed as cash and cash equivalents. This is to be corrected when the 2022-2023 financial year annual financial statements are prepared. Next slide. Under supply chain management, dignity services contracts for SASSA grants payments were procured regionally. These services expired on 30 September 2022 and have since been ceded to the Postbank with effect from 1st of October 2022. There will be no further work required to be performed with respect to dignity services. There is continuous engagement with finance to submit all fruitless and wasteful transactions to SCM for the registering of these transactions. The values have been included and or amended in the register and subsequently included in the annual financial statement. On the strategic planning and performance management, findings relate to the reliability and measurability of reported performance. Findings are in the process of correction, and matters of subsidiaries have been included in the corporate plan for financial year 2022-2023. On fruitless and wasteful expenditure, a write-off policy is in process of approval by the board of directors, and the identification of fruitless and wasteful expenditure is ongoing. Investigation into fruitless and wasteful expenditure is also ongoing. Where required, consequence management has been recommended for implementation. Next slide. Here, this depicts the action plans to address the AGSA concerns. For SAPO, excluding the subsidiaries, there were a number of reported findings, 160. The number resolved is 38, which amounts to 24% of the identified findings. And the work in progress is 120, and IT paid is 2. Then on DocX, which is one subsidiary of the post office, 41 findings reported, 2 already resolved, translating to 5% resolution. 39 are in progress. Property companies, 23 findings, 9 resolved so far, and 23 are still all in progress. The courier freight group, 48 findings identified, and number resolved is 1, equaling 2%, and work in progress is 47. Next slide, please. So the state of readiness for the post office for 2022-23 audit action plan. In the 2022 financial year, a framework for digitally managing communication with the AGSA was implemented and will continue to improve this process for the 2023 financial year. The activity tracked under this framework includes the audit file, the request for information, the responses from SAPO and acceptance thereof by the audit team, and communication of audit findings as above, including auditor's conclusion. The information gathered to improve the internal processes and prepare for the 2022-2023 financial year audit. IT system challenges due to age of infrastructure, hardware, and software. In the finance section, there are resource challenges in critical areas as a result of skills and capacity constraints. Despite the challenges, focus is being given to all critical areas to resolve the audit findings to improve the audit outcome for the 2022-23 financial year. Audit action plans are developed for resolution of findings and will be assisted by internal audits to monitor progress. Next slide, please. I think that concludes the post office. I will then move on to SITA quickly, Chairperson, mindful of the time. SITA specific qualification areas. The first one related to qualification relating to property, plant and equipment and intangible assets. SITA says a lot of work has taken place during the last year that creates the basis for addressing the current year qualification. National Treasury have also been consulted where necessary to assess the technical application of complex accounting standard requirements and to provide technical opinions and assistance to the audit. Write-ups and assessments will be improved, and any input from National Treasury will be incorporated into the assessment. Manual reconciliations between loss and disposal of assets and impairments have been performed to ensure that the two amounts are disclosed accurately. With respect to revenue, cost of sales, and operational expenditure, the record keeping of documentation has been centralized, and cutoff for revenue and operating expenditure are being reviewed, and controls have been implemented to address this. On incorrect calculation of commitment balances, system reports have been reviewed for accuracy and when necessary are being refined. Next slide, please. On trade receivables, differences were identified between the debtors confirmation sent to the AG directly to customers and the balance as per SITA record. Many customers also did not respond to debtors confirmation. Customers work on cash basis of accounting, and many customers only confirmed balances captured in their system for payment, and in many instances signed off on the billing subsequent to year end, and also paid up, and also paid undisputed amount. Management of SITA will confirm balances with customers at year end and reconcile any balances using support for services delivered. On findings or qualifications relating to the cash flow statements, the system cash flow reports have been refined to support amounts included in the cash flow statement, and these reports are reviewed monthly. With respect to income tax qualification, mostly related to the qualification on assets, the PPE assets. Next slide, please. On irregular expenditure, during the year 2021-22 financial year, irregular expenditure increased from 820 million incurred during 2020-21 financial year to 282 million incurred in 2021-22 financial year. Of this amount, 247 million was continued irregular expenditure identified in the prior year, mainly relating to access links. SITA has implemented a range of remedial actions to address the control deficiencies highlighted during the cleanup process and noted by the public protector. These include that the SITA has restructured and filled all critical positions, including capacitating the SCM division, restructured the bid committees, and allocated most senior employees on various bid adjudication committees. Bid specifications are now approved by the BAC, the Bid Adjudication Committee, before publication to eliminate instances of bid cancellations and cases of corruption. All bids above 10 million are subject to probity audit by SITA's internal audit and external audit service provider. All SCM employees and SCM role players are receiving ongoing training pertaining to SCM critical prescripts. They have implemented SCM documents management system, where all bids documents and tender master files are stored to circumvent limitation of scope audit findings and unnecessary delays in the investigation, if any. They have improved loss control committee operations to ensure that proper consequence management is implemented against any employees who are impacted on irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. And they have implemented strategy to curb cases of continuing irregular expenditure, especially data links contracts which is a main contributor to the irregular expenditure book. Next slide, please. On material audit findings, there are two material audit findings relating to two service providers or clients of SITA. One is Blue Turtle. SITA and Blue Turtle are awaiting for an arbitration award. Blue Turtle is claiming an amount of approximately 9 million, being for the remaining amount of 99,000 licenses. SITA has defended the matter as if and is of the view that according to the agreement, it will only pay license per user. In addition, SITA issued a counterclaim in an amount of 13 million for licenses that were paid but not used. SITA is still to charge employees that were responsible. On the next service provider, Trade Zone, SITA issued an application to recover fruitless and wasteful expenditures incurred as a result of monies paid and advanced to Trade Zone for SMME conference, which never materialized. Trade Zone is currently defending the matter, but have failed to answer or to file answering affidavit. Therefore, SITA is considering applying for a default judgment against them. SITA, through its attorneys, appointed a tracing agent to trace the whereabouts of former SITA employees with a view of serving the application. Next slide, please. This slide deals with the background on the audit action plan. It reiterates the point that SITA received a financially qualified audit report with findings on compliance with applicable legislation. And the following issues contributed to the qualification areas. One was the late finalization of the previous audit, which had a ripple effect on the preparation of financial statements, as well as the possibility of an interim audit. Unfortunately, time was the biggest challenge given the nature of the different findings. The time challenges relate to both the preparation for and submission of the financial statements, as well as the short time available to the AGSA to audit voluminous information, as an interim audit was not possible. This limited discussions between management and the AG. As the audit was finalized earlier, the timing of activities has been normalized and is likely to have a positive impact on the audit outcome going forward. On staff training, only a very small complement in finance is up to date with a generally recognized accounting practice standard of GRAP. So training will be rolled out to all finance staff on key GRAP standards. With the recent interactions with the finance management team, it became apparent that there is a need to engage further on the assertions made to audits when presenting the financial statements for audit. A session was held with the finance management team to take them through the requirement of focusing on key controls and assertion. On system challenges, system needs to be enhanced to ensure that it's aligned to GRAP requirements and to new developments in GRAP. For the 2022-23 financial year, the system-related risk would be mitigated by manual controls. Next slide. On the standard operating procedures, again, still on the background on the audit action plan, it should be noted that the basic standard operating procedures for the initiation of requisition, purchase orders, processing of invoices, etc., are in place and is part of the system controls. However, the documentation of standard operating procedures are not sufficient for AG audit purposes. The documentation and revision of standard operating procedures have been included in the performance contract of managers. On engagement with the AG, which needs to improve, to be discussed, the following items should be considered. Mechanism to reach consensus or agreements on technical issues, as well as disagreements on documentation submitted, needs to be established. More engagement through discussions is necessary, as written communications are always subject to readers' interpretation. A workshop focusing on the way forward was held with the AG, and this proved to be very constructive. Interim audit to address opening balances will be discussed with the AG, and this will take the pressure off the final audit. The dates for this will be agreed to when the AG strategic plan is compiled in November 2022. On internal audit needs to provide assurance on the plan itself and provide assurance on the results of the action plan before it's submitted to the AG. Next slide. Now moving on to USAASA. The USAASA presentation kicks off with a definition of material irregularity. This has been presented by the AG as to what the material irregularity means and what are the actions that the AG would follow in terms of dealing with material irregularities. So I'm not going to go into detail on this slide. Next slide, please. On irregular expenditure, USAASA's cumulative balance up to 31 March 2021 was 35.3 million. Incurred during 2021-22 financial year is 16.778 million. The root causes basically for the majority, which is 96% of those, is due to contracts that have lapsed. USAASA was not able to extend beyond 31 March 2022 due to the disestablishment process. Mitigation or progress for 2022-23 financial year. USAASA is entering into short-term contracts ending 31 March 2023. On office rent, the landlord is not entertaining short-term contracts. And on Vodacom contract, they are considering the RT contract from National Treasury. Irregular expenditure under investigation is 5.57 million. Irregular expenditure submitted to National Treasury for condonation is 30.3 million. And irregular expenditure submitted and written off by the board is 20.4 million. Investigations completed by SIU or MPA and court ruled matters in line with the current irregular expenditure framework, and the majority are matters dating back to 2015-16 financial year. Next slide, please. Irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure for 2020-21 and 2021-22. USAF cumulative balance up to 31 March 2021 was 63.25 million. Incurred during the financial year in question 2021-2022 is zero amount. The fruitless and wasteful expenditure, USAF cumulative balance up to 31 March 2021 was 4 million, and incurred during 2021-22 financial year was 2.707 million. The root cause, all current year made up of interest charged on litigation and through court orders. And mitigation, appointing sister entities to implement USAASA projects or USAF projects. Irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure under investigation is 8.7 million. And that which has been condoned by Treasury is 0 at the moment. And that submitted and written off by the board is 56.9 million. And here, investigations completed by SIU or NPA and court ruled matter. Again, in line with current irregular expenditure framework. And the majority of the matters are dating back to 2015, 2016. Next slide. In terms of the HGSA findings and action plan, the total findings affecting the audit report were 21 for both entities, with 7 for USAASA and 14 for USAF. They relate to the categories listed here. I'm not going to go through them, but most of the findings are at USAF at 14. Next slide. The main root causes for the HGSA findings. One relates to the subsystem errors that required sub-technicians to resolve. The errors were due to the following: balances not carried over from the previous financial years into the opening balances. This led to the differences between the amounts in the general ledger and the trial balance. As part of the solution, there will be an appointment of a technical sub-specialist to diagnose the problem, whether it is due to lack of patching or updates or due to configuration errors. This will be implemented immediately when the retention of funds is approved by National Treasury. Another reason for the errors was that USAASA uses Excel to prepare financial statements. In other words, they were manually compiled statements. This led to unnecessary errors and audit findings. The use of Excel was due to the entity not renewing the financial statement system license. As a solution to this, the renewing of the financial statement system license and attending technical training on using the system. This will be implemented immediately when the retention of funds is approved by National Treasury. Another reason for the errors was not applying proper graph accrual basis of accounting. The solution here is the finance team to attend the graph training, conducting detailed analysis and review of financial to ensure graph accounting compliance. And another reason relates to poor records management. And for this, USAASA will enforce proper records keeping, including preparing audit files and ensuring all required records are properly filed for ease of access during audits, both internal and external. Next slide. Still on the main root causes for HGSA findings. The next one, number 5, was inadequate portfolio of evidence. This affected multiple transactions and accounting line items as well. For example, inventory opening and closing balances, accounts payable, accruals, related party disclosures, commitments, and project costs. As a solution here, USAASA has appointed a team in operations division working together with Centec to verify the portfolio of evidence in line with the relevant contracts. And continuous verifications are now conducted on a monthly basis. Another root cause has to do with capacity constraints in key positions. This is also affected by the number of employees in key positions that were placed on suspensions. The solution here is that USAASA has appointed contract employees with requisite competencies in these positions to assist in the areas of concern. USAASA is currently to finalize the disciplinary proceedings. Another root cause has to do with the lack of consequence management for transgressors. And the solution is the implementation of consequence management in line with the relevant prescripts, starting with accountability letters to be sent to all executives to account for the issues identified within their respective areas. And I think this is the last root cause, which is the poor internal control systems and processes. The solution here is to review and enforce adherence to internal control policies and procedures, a regular review or audit of internal control and development and implementation of internal improvement plans. Next slide, please. Now, moving on to the SABC. The SABC has summarized, or the summary of the SABC's presentation is presented here. On this slide is the summary of audit qualifications starting from year 2015, 2016, right up to 2021, 22. It should be noted that the common factor for the basis of qualification across all the years is irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. And that was again the basis of qualification for 2021-2022 financial year. The details of the qualification are as follows. Irregular expenditure. The AGSA was unable to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence that the irregular expenditure for the previous years had been completely accounted for due to the public entity not implementing adequate procedures in the past to identify and record all instances of irregular expenditure. As a result, the AGSA was unable to confirm the completeness of irregular expenditure by alternative means. Consequently, the AGSA was unable to determine whether any adjustment was necessary to the irregular expenditure disclosure dated at 2.8 billion compared to 2.8 again in 2021 in note 38 to the consolidated and separate financial statement. Next slide. This slide deals with the analysis of irregular expenditure and the current status. In terms of the current analysis of irregular expenditure on the left-hand side, it shows that irregular expenditure has decreased from 5.3 billion in 2019-2020 now to 2.8 billion in 2021-2022. The consequence management status, 389 instances under investigation relates to the period 1st of March 2018 to 31 March 2022. 16 supply chain officials have been disciplined from 2020 to date, following the conclusion of investigation. Approximately 100 of these instances are currently under investigation, and a further estimated 200 are planned to be investigated and finalized in the next 12 months. The irregular expenditure balance status. The statement of the irregular expenditure opening balance was as a result of vendor spend review from 2012-2013 to 21-2022. That has taken place in year to date, 2022-2023. This includes irregular expenditure findings as identified by the AGSA and the consultant. Next slide, please. The summary of material irregularities, the one relates to the rental for unoccupied space, financial year 2022. The nature of the material irregularity is as follows. On 11 November 2016, the SABC entered into a 5-year lease agreement for rental of office space, a portion of which was incomplete and not ready for occupation. However, the SABC paid the full amount for rental, including unoccupied space. And then the lease agreement ended on 31 October 2021. The payments relating to unoccupied space resulted in an economical utilization of the entity's resources in contravention with Section 57B of the PFMA. The total amount paid for the unoccupied space amounted to 12 million rand from November 2016 to October 2021. The amount is disclosed as part of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure in Note 42 to the financial statement. With respect to the AGSA status of the material irregularity, the AGSA then notified the accounting authority was notified of the material irregularity by the AGSA on 3 June 2022 and invited to make a written submission on the actions taken and what will be taken to address the matter. The following actions are in progress to address the material irregularity. The lease agreement formed part of Proclamation R29 of 2017, and which was amended by Proclamation R19 of 2018 for investigation by SIU. On 18 March 2020, the SIU as the first applicant and the SABC as the second applicant approached the special tribunal to have the lease agreement declared invalid and unlawful. The accounting authority intends to recover all monies paid, including interest at 10.25%, temporary morae, from the respondent for the unoccupied space. The accounting authority is awaiting the outcome of the legal proceeding before taking any further action, and it will follow up on the implementation of the planned actions during the next auditing. The status as at 4 November 2022, the matter was argued by the parties before Judge Pillay in the Pietermaritzburg High Court on 12 October 2022, and judgment was reserved. In terms of the Chief Justice Directive, reserved judgments must be delivered within 3 months from the date of hearing. However, the Chief Justice Directive is regrettably not applicable in SIU tribunal hearing, although judges attempt to comply. The SABC continue to await the judgment. Next slide, please. Another material irregularity relates to a security service provider. The bidder here did not score the highest preference points. The background to the irregularity is as follows. In August 2017, the public entity made an award of 185 million rand for the provision of security services to a bidder that did not score the highest preference points in contravention of Section 21F of the Preferential Procurement Policy Framework Act, number 5 of 2000, without objective criteria to justify the decision. The non-compliance is likely to result in a material financial loss, as the price of the security service procured from the successful bidder was higher than the price submitted by the bidder that scored the highest preference point. The likely loss results from the difference between those two bids incurred over the duration of the security contract awarded. As at 31 March 2022, 147 million has been paid on the contract. The public entity, which is the SABC, will not be able to recover the likely financial loss from the supplier, as the supplier is delivering the service in line with the signed contract. In December 2017, one of the losing bidders instituted a court application for review of the award made by the SABC. In June 2019, the SIU concluded an investigation on this award as per Proclamation R29 of 2017 and amended by Proclamation R19 of 2018. The SIU joined the case initiated by the losing bidder with a motion to set aside the contract. I'm not going to read what the AG has done again here, starting from a notification on the 7th of July 2020. But I'm just going to highlight the status as at 4th November 2022. The matter was heard on the 9th, 10th, and 11th May 2022, and judgment was reserved. The status quo remains to date. In terms, again, the Chief Justice directives, judgments must be delivered within three months from the date they are reserved. However, this practice does not cover the special tribunal at which the relevant matter was heard. Again, the SAPC continued to await the judgment. Next slide, please. Next slide, is A2. So the summary of audit qualification action plans are as follows. To address these, management continues to implement the following action plans. 1, review the expenditure population as far back as 2012, 2013 to 2021, 2022, by referencing also the work performed by a consultant in 2016, 2017, on the period from 2012, 2013 onwards. Ensuring that amongst various initiatives, all AGSA irregular expenditure audit findings are disclosed as such in irregular expenditure registers, thus further addressing the issue of irregular expenditure completeness. Bulk investigation and condonation approach on all transactions with similar transaction type and engaging the AGSA and National Treasury in this regard. This will address the issue of long outstanding consequence management, particularly with the older instances. Closely working with National Treasury and AGSA to address the issues around the irregular expenditure opening balance and to continuously enhance SABC's process of investigation and consequence management in consultation with these entities. Continuous implementation and enhancement of irregular expenditure standard operating procedure, which seeks to address all aspects of irregular expenditure dating as far back as 2012, 2013. The establishment of working closely with the Loss Control Committee to assist in curtailing irregular expenditure, enhancing the process and condonation of irregular expenditure. And finally, ongoing oversight by all the government bodies to ensure that the topic gets the attention it requires and progress takes place on a continuous basis. Chairperson, I think this is the last slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. We stand ready then as a department and our entities to respond to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Acting TG, TG Shelembe, and members. It's now your opportunity to engage the presentations. I will now take members that want to contribute. Honorable Kola Barnett, will be one, followed by the Honorable Mulala. In that order, you are recognized. Proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Well, let's start at the top though with the department. In the presentation by Mr. Niemand, he said much about the issues raised and that they would all be dealt with. But with all of these entities, I'm going to be asking what has been done in terms of preventing that such issues happen in the first place? Because every single one of them this is how we're cleaning up the issues that the Auditor General has highlighted. But if you look back, the same issues happened the previous year, the previous year, the previous year before that. And I envisage that we will sit in a year's time and have a very similar report. And, oh, yes, you know, the internal audit has to be beefed up. The accountants have used something incorrect. They need to be trained on how to be accountants, etc. And I understand that the SABC debt is a tricky one. I think that's how it was referred to. But will we be seeing in 2 or 3 years' time that this is now recorded as an historical debt to be airbrushed out? That's my fear. We see that frequently. Oh, well, you know, it happened a couple of years ago, so there's not really much we can do about it. Consequence management is crucial, and yet there are issues here not resolved. And do they relate to irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful expenditure? Not sure. It was said there were 49 cases. How were those cases not picked up while they were ongoing? Why is it? It seems it's always up to the Auditor General to uncover these basically illegal activities. And what's been put in place to prevent this irregular expenditure, the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, from happening in the future? Or will we wait again for the Auditor General to highlight it to you? I often get the feeling that the management walk around with blinkers on. They simply don't see what's happening around them. And does the consequence management in this particular case mean that you're able to actually claw the money back, lost through the activities? Are you looking to dismiss these people, lay criminal charges? What is the actual status, the reality? Looking at the SABC, it's hard to believe that it's now well over 2 months the SABC is going on without a board. But to look at what happened under the last board, you know, we see there's reference to bulk investigation and condonation on all transactions with similar transgression type as being discussed with the AG. We're talking consequence management needed. And we're seeing, again, repeats of previous year's findings. And it would be very interesting for me to know if the same staff are suspected to be the same people repeating the same infractions. People are in all these entities, they're starting to wake up a bit and starting to hold some people to account. But if one goes back year after year after year, and we see the same staff doing the same things year after year after year, surely bells are ringing. As for this paying a person who didn't actually win a bid, the 147 million, who is going to be held to account for this? I know I mean, to have to call in investigators is just so appalling. And that the AG was unable to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence on irregular expenditure. It's inexcusable. And it happened right under the noses of the CFO, the COO, the CEO, and the board. Again, who's being held to account? Then let's just go back here to, I'm looking for the SAPO. Apologies, I'm scrolling through here. The post office, now I'm not sure on and although it will obviously hit your bottom line. Last account I saw, maybe it was 146 post offices had now been closed. And is that assisting in helping your financial situation? Is that part of the plan? And what's happened to the actual staff who man those offices? What's the plan in the future? How many more will be closed? There are issues in the post office, the things that are going on. I'm sure you're aware of. Asked the Hawks to investigate the issue of taking from the workers' salary slips, taking the medical aid contributions, retirement fund contributions and the like, and using them elsewhere as opposed to paying them over. Well, yesterday a post office worker died because he couldn't be admitted to a nearby private hospital because the medical aid had been discontinued. Those are the sorts of issues that one should have predicted. Now, in terms of finances, and I know the finances are in a catastrophic state, but I'm hearing you're now offering post office workers 120,000 Rand to remove themselves from this medical aid that they've been paying for decades. Now, that price wouldn't pay to have one's appendix out in a private hospital. So what are their other options? What else are you looking at in terms of the finances? Of course, it's now suggested that in order to qualify for a banking license, the Postbank must be removed entirely from the South African Post Office. How will, I've never quite seen it in black and white, how will that hit you financially? What exactly are the implications? And I'm also interested in whether in the branches that you closed, there were Postbank offices, which now equally, are they closed as well? The entire situation is completely fuzzy. So please try and clarify that. Yeah, the losses of 2.4 billion. Now, there's much talk about asking for another bailout, but how was the money from the last bailout utilized? Where did it assist? Where did it go? And why did you find yourself so soon back in that same situation? And again, you're attempting to attend to audit findings, reports by the Auditor General, but where is the proactive action to prevent the findings from happening again? I don't really see much of that happening. Am I correct? You only started looking at the fruitless and wasteful expenditure once the AG pointed it out to you. Is there a full investigation ongoing now into how it happened, and will you charge those behind it? I know consequence management is recommended, but it's recommended every year. Have you previously dismissed staff for fruitless and wasteful expenditure or irregular expenditure? What is the situation? What's your historical situation in how you've dealt with these matters previously, and how you really need to look at how you're going to prevent it coming up again, being raised by the Auditor General in a year's time? Going to, oh, hang on, there was, in the last annual report, the previous one, there was a detailed amount of 1.4 billion Rand specifically set aside by the minister in 1995 for the protection of retired post office workers and pensioners. And in the latest annual report, there's no reference at all to it. So I'm trying to track it down because it could obviously assist with this latest medical aid debacle. Could you tell me where that money is, please? Moving on to the SITA, only a very small complement in the finance area are up to date with the generally recognized accounting practice standards. Now, this seems to be a common problem with the Auditor General saying time after time that the audit found that the finances are not drawn up according to the regulations. How are these unqualified staff hired to control finances? Do you put people in and then train them once they're in the job? It seems utterly bizarre. And it's totally unprofessional to say that there wasn't enough time to finish and to meet with the AG. And how did that happen? And who's being held accountable for that? And who introduced paperwork to handle requisitions, purchase orders, invoices, and the like that were not sufficient for the AG audit purposes? When did it happen? When did you find out about it? And did you have a finding on this in previous years? Who's behind it? Have you faced similar criticisms by the AG previously? And if you have, why are you only claiming now that you will deal with these issues? I see you've only now centralized your central record keeping documentation, most peculiar findings. And who was held responsible for the incorrect calculation of commitment balances, in that you're only now looking to review system reports for accuracy? For accuracy, it's absolutely bizarre. And equally, there seem to be differences in terms of trade variables. So receivables, massive issues there. And just for my own clarity, explain to me these two issues with Blue Turtle and Trade Zone. Blue Turtle claiming 9 million, Trade Zone, there are issues there with fruitless and wasteful expenditure and the like. It's all working through attorneys now, but it looks like a huge amount of money that's waiting to be claimed by others. USAASA, the irregular expenditure of 35 million, how did that slip past you? Are there staff who were behind previous irregular expenditures still with you, still doing the same things? Were they involved in years before that? And has any money been recovered? Now, you've had to call in the SIU. What a shameful thing for an entity to have to do. But what consequence management's been put in place in terms of the management who allowed this to happen? There's reference here to the majority of matters dating back to 2015-16, but we see issues today which are described as difficult or complex, and they drag on, and they'll drag on another year or two, and in a few years they'll be referred to as historical issues that should be ignored. People need to be held to account, and there's a great appetite today, especially after the Zondo Commission, for holding people to account. Who was it who took the decision to use Excel to prepare the financial statements? And with it, of course, came the errors and the audit findings. Has that person been held to account, dismissed, or in any way been told this was a catastrophe? And was the same person or team behind the lack of record keeping? Who is behind these issues, and why are you allowing people who do not have the relevant qualifications to come in and basically mess up entities? Is it the same team who handled the USAF, which had a budget of 1.1 billion but only spent 40 million? Zero evidence for the AG to work with. What is being done about these entities? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Mlala. Could be followed by Honorable Tego.
Yes, from the
I'm unable to hear,
Unless it's
Chair.
on my side, I can't hear you. Honorable Mlala, get a better
you
spot.
can't hear me. Maybe it's the challenge.
As you try to get a better spot, let's allow Honorable Tego to come in. We'll come back to Honorable Mlala.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Can I first start with a disclaimer, Chair, that I'm load-shedded, so I can't switch on my video. Can you allow me to speak, given the introduction that you gave?
Yes, Honorable Tego, we can hear you well. You can proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning, everyone, and also to the department and the entities that are there for accounting. Thanks very much that the auditor, the Office of the Auditor General, South Africa, is also here so that when we raise the issues, we are not penalized as committee members that we don't engage by the Auditor General. We are here, we are doing our oversight over the department and also these entities. We are also engaging on this report of the Auditor General SA even today as the committee. Chairperson, listening to the presentations, most of the one for the department that I will start referring to is that they've got so many qualifications before. They were penalized more than close to 20, but they were given chance to answer or account on some of the qualifications. They ended up with less qualifications. But my advice, Chair, would be that if you are, I know that the process of the Auditor General gives them chance to account, and if you are not smart on that area, you will never get a clean audit. If you are not smart in responding to what they are raising with you before they give you the final determination. My observation, Chair, is that the department is weak around the issue of internal controls. That's my observation. I stand to be corrected if that is not the case, because you are not supposed to wait for the external auditor. You should correct some of the issues internally so that when the time comes of the Auditor General, you are there as the department and you won't get this much number of qualifications. Where I have an answer, I mean a question to the DG of the department, whoever is standing for the department, is that what was it that they prioritized that was not in the APP? What is it? Because it is only, to my understanding, it is only during the disaster period that you can do that. But the process even there is that you revise your APP, you bring it to us, we approve the revise, and then you go and implement. What is it? What was it that was prioritized? That's a straight question, Chair. But when you listen, if they wanted to avoid these repeat findings, I think they must develop a corrective plan, measure plan, so that we don't listen to the same things of what we wish is a clean audit. They may have qualification, but we need less qualification. A clean audit is what we need as the committee. What I would recommend as a member in the committee is that they must draw up their own plan to correct what were the findings of the years that were under review. That is 2020, 2021. And that all monies must be recovered. The plan must include that, and that plan must be presented to the committee so that we understand. We don't wait up until this period that we get a report. There must be a plan to correct whatever that is there. What I also want to understand is the way on how they monitor these entities. But now I am referring to the department because it is its responsibility to make sure that they also follow up on the entities. Is there a section in the department or whoever is delegated to monitor or to follow up on the entities, so that we understand what is happening internally in the department? But Chair, listening to it, we must stress the fact that with weak internal controls, you'll always have a report that is like this. I think I wanted to raise those things, Chair, but it's a straight question that what was it that was prioritized that was outside their APP? If it is in the presentation, my apologies, but I must be reminded. Thank you very much, Chair. Sorry for not being seen on the platform. It's just because I'm load shedded. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Xhego. May I then check Honorable Mlala, if you are able to.
Can you hear?
Honorable Mlala. No,
Still can't hear.
your line is not good.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's network.
Yes, we can't hear you properly. And I take it it's not only me, but we really can't hear you.
No, Chair, I can't understand a single thing. Sorry.
Let me then recognize the Honorable Kumbu. Honorable Kumbu.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to everyone in the meeting. And firstly, let me appreciate the presentation. Because to me, some of these vacant positions are critical. And I heard the department talking about the structure to be put in place to address this. If they can just elaborate further on the issue of the structure to be put in place to address this issue of vacant positions, Chair. Thank you.
May I try you again, Honorable Mlala?
Yes, yeah.
Honorable Mlala, may I make a suggestion that because we can't hear you, that if possible, if you can make the submission either on the chat or at least send it through to the chair for it to be read for the record of the meeting. Otherwise, I really can't hear you. And I'm speaking on behalf of other members who are struggling to hear you. Can we do that? So that we then allow for now the responses to the matters raised. Honorable members, I will then allow the department and those entities that want to respond to specific matters raised to do that. Activity G and the team direct how you want to respond.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and I would like to also give an appreciation to the honourable members for posing the questions. Chair, we will share these responses equally. Maybe just to start off with regards to Honourable Caller Barnard, my apologies, I almost said Barnard. Just to indicate that in terms of the preventions, we do have governance and compliance structures in place in the department. What is reflective, and I want to again emphasize that the findings from the AG, and the AG is here, would reduce from previous year. Certainly, we do understand that this is still not sufficient. So this basically now talks to that the internal controls that we have are not sufficient, and we have now moved even further to improve on those in terms of their effectiveness. We do have a consequence management framework. I'd like to assure the members. We have taken consequence management against quite a number of staff members. Chair, I want to indicate that we went even further in terms of our effectiveness to ensure that even those who have left the department, we are in the process, even those who have left the department, we have followed up. If you are still within public service, we've written to the relevant entity requesting, indicating to them that there's an outstanding case and a matter from the department, and therefore we're requesting them to also then take consequence management in line with good governance. We've also been working with the AG chair. The minister also meets with them on a quarterly basis to then also have sight, especially in terms of the overall portfolio, to address the issues related to irregular registry, some of the, obviously the deviations, some may also then be historical, and most concerning, which is what the honorable members raised, would have been what is happening in SAPO as well as within the Postbank as well. So the AG is assisting us with the investigation that is currently being undertaken under the Postbank, and also working with other relevant structures. We've also taken on board, and that's why we established that beyond this, the DG meeting with the CEOs, we established the CFOs forum in order for the relevant officials in the respective entities dealing with finance, dealing with internal audit, as well as risk, to meet more regularly to address then this irregular registry, as well as to ensure that we strengthen then the internal controls and looking at the issues related to governance and compliance holistically as the portfolio. Chair, I'm going to ask the CFO to come and just unpack in as far as the internal controls that we have, but also to indicate that the department is also working and supporting USAASA with some of the investigations. And as I indicated, we're also working with both the post office as well as with the Postbank, with then the investigations that are taking place to ensure that we finalize those investigations. And then if then there needs to be consequence management or actions taken against the officials, both those within the state and outside, depending on the magnitude of the case, we would then take them through those structures. And that's why we also brought in the Hawks in the case of the Postbank to assist us in this, and therefore we'll be able to trace and recover then if there were money or assets that the state has lost. If I may, with your permission, Chair, Honorable Bumbu asked the critical issue with regards to the structure. In terms of the structure, I just want to give an assurance that we are in the process of finalizing some of those critical positions. Yes, it is a recurring matter. And in this before hopefully the end of this calendar year, we would have advertised for the filling in of the critical positions at management level. And this will assist in terms of stabilizing the entity and the department as well. We've equally also released in the entities such as your Postbank, SITA, Centec, to then say they can continue to fill in the vacant positions. So we've lifted the moratoriums in those respective entities as well. If the CFO could possibly come in to just unpack in terms of the internal controls, and if you still want to, Chair, we can also provide you with a report of the consequence management that the department has taken against the officials in the department and those obviously who have left but are still within the state. Thank you.
Thank you, DG. Chairperson, can I proceed?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, just to say that that in terms of the regular expenditure, I want to say or clarify what is the irregular expenditure. And in terms of the definition, irregular expenditure is where you bypass procedures or where you sign something where you are not delegated to sign for. So it does not necessarily mean that there is a loss of finances or a loss of funds. In the 49 cases that we have referred to, it was cases that stemmed from the former DOC, and it necessarily had to be included in the register of the new department because of the merger that happened, and that investigation has concluded, and the person has been found guilty of circumventing SCM processes. As the DG has indicated, there was a letter that was sent to his new department to request them to continue with the consequence management. This person is no longer in the employ of the department. So as far as we are concerned, we have done all we can to resolve the matter. And before the end of this week, a letter of request will go to the National Treasury for condonation. Then with regard to the SABC matter, it was not declared irregular or fruitless, and it was a technical issue that is in the Exchequer Act that was withdrawn, but several sections remained intact. And through the National Treasury processes and Cabinet, we will then find a way of correcting that matter. Then to look at the internal processes, Chair, I want to assure the committee that in the department we have a checklist that we do with every procurement. In the 2021 financial year, there was no irregular expenditure that was identified by either internal audit or by external audit, except for the training that has happened. And the unfortunate part is that the department developed a training policy, and in terms of the training policy itself, you only have to have one quotation, and then you go on a training, because the thinking was that when you look at training, you want a specific service provider, and you might not find the same service or different service providers providing the same short course. And the AGSA, when they came in, they then identified that the policy that was approved through the government structures is not in line with the SCM processes. And what has happened, they then went back 7 years to look at, for the past 7 years, what were the training that was conducted by the department, and all those trainings were then declared irregular expenditure. And that led to the increase of the irregular expenditure with 17 million rand. And as I've indicated in my initial presentation, we have requested the Labour Relations Officer to assist us with the investigation to see whether we can hold anybody responsible for the policy. So that is another tricky situation. But in terms of our internal controls, of course, we have a checklist in place to make sure that the supply chain signs off with each and every procurement and declare the transaction regular to avoid any irregular from happening. Then we have also corrected the issue of the short courses. We have sent out internal communications to everyone to say that going forward, this is how you're going to deal with short courses. And we have also received a letter from Treasury to advise us on how to deal with this matter going forward. Then, in terms of the cases that are in the department, we have identified and appointed a resource to deal with all the irregular and fruitless cases. At the moment, the cases that are still under investigation is many, so we have identified the second resource to assist the other person with investigations. And then, yes, and then of course, we are also utilizing the services of the Labour Relations Officer as a third resource. So that we can deal with the cases very, very promptly. And then, Chair, we also have the services of internal audit, who does their internal verifications from time to time. And where we found any transaction irregular, we will find ways to correct that and to deal with the, with the consequences accordingly. I hope I have addressed all the questions. Thank you, Chair. I'm handing back to my DG.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe with your permission, then I could ask the entities to respond. There were questions posed to SABC, SAPO, USAASA. With your permission, thank you.
Okay, we can then take them in the order that they were presented.
Good. Chair, good morning. Can you please confirm that I am audible?
You are now audible.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning to yourself, Honourable Chair and members, Acting DG and other members on this platform. I am going to respond to Honourable Member Caller Barnard's questions. Just a quick caveat, we had an electricity dip in Auckland Park, so I missed quite a bit of what the member commented on. I got reconnected at the end, but I will respectfully request that she reminds me of what I have not addressed at the end of my few comments. I also noted Honourable Malala's question around Mafoko on the chat box, so I'll deal with the security contract and the service provider, or as we know it in the SABC, the Mafoko security contract issues in one go. So just to confirm that in 2016-17, following the issuance of the Public Protector's report on how governance failed at the SABC, as well as I think a report from this very committee at the time, there were a host of measures, issues and instances that were handed over to the SIU for investigation. These investigations, by the way, continue to today. A number of them have been resolved, but there are still a few that's ongoing, particularly those that are in the court processes or in the special tribunal, in Mafoko being a case in point. So just to confirm, firstly, the contract has concluded. It expired in July, and we currently have a new service provider for the next 5 years. The material irregularity engagement with the AG centers around financial loss, in this case, between bidder number 1 and number 2, and it's alleged that bidder number 2, Mafoko, was irregularly awarded. There was a 2 million rand difference in the value, and that 2 million rand is then also then the subject of this court case, and we will be dealing with it when the judgment is handed down. Similarly, when the judgment is handed down, those that were indicated as responsible in the context of the SIU investigation will be held to account as is appropriate. On irregular expenditure and completeness and the consistency of the finding, I think is what I gathered. So maybe just to give a bit of context, management since 2018 opted to first focus on ensuring a completeness of the regular expenditure register from 1 April 2018. In that process, we established firstly a process, and SOP was designed. It's been reviewed a second time already. That came into effect in around about 2020, and we then set about to work on the completeness. 15 billion rands worth of transactions needed to be assessed for completeness. Currently, for that period, we are at 99% complete. We were then able to shift our attention to the period pre-2018, from 2012 to 13, as per the presentation, which is likely to be an amount of similar magnitude. Now, in 2016-17, there was a consultant that assessed a large amount of that population. And he had a report which we eventually concluded in the course of this financial year, after also some legal challenges in the process. But as I sit here, we have, together with the AG, already started looking at that population and the work done around it. We have implemented measures to ensure that we are able to confirm completeness, and the AG is busy assessing our efforts, and we hope to hear from them soon, which will hopefully move us very close to the registered completeness by the end of this financial year. I got some part of a comment around consequence management and particular repeat offenders. Now, again, there did not exist a process around consequence management in the context of financial misconduct. That was developed and implemented also about 3 years ago. Of course, members will know that the process towards condonation and write-off is preempted by determination test, then follows an investigation, and then only for outcome of the investigation leads to your consequence management on the parties in the value chain. So therefore, it's been a bit slower than we would have liked, and we report the progress in the presentation as was shared with you. In that context, also, if there are repeat offenders identified, they will naturally be held to a more serious consequence management than were it just the first time. And we take account of the context and the role of the person or the party, because it even looks at your BACs and your executive committees when we develop a consequence management process. And those were the questions I got, Chairperson, but I would respectfully request a member just repeat when I've missed something. Thank you very much. Back to you, sir.
Maybe before we get to the next entity, I'm not sure from members if there's a matter left on the SABC, but I thought I should raise the question why SABC is on the platform, from Honorable Malala on the security bid. He asked the question, how many have been charged within the supply chain, including at senior level? Is there any other question left, honorable members on the SABC?
Chair, I just wanted to say thank you. I was satisfied with the answers. I know she didn't quite hear everything I said, but I think her answers were quite comprehensive. Thank you very much.
Okay, that's the question then from Honorable Malala on the security bid.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just want to confirm again, you can hear me?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay,
we
thank you.
can see.
So, as I indicated, because the specific contract in matter is subject to an SIU investigation and the outcome which is currently in the court and where we await the judgment, yes, SIU did indicate certain officials in the organization that allegedly did wrong, but they are also part of the court processes, and as such, we as an entity opted to abide by the outcome of the judgment, and we await the judgment, following which the actions as is appropriate will proceed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next entity. That's ready. SITA, are you ready?
We are ready, Chair.
Okay, just as you will be responding, let me then also bring in the question asked by Honorable Malala on the chat as to how does SITA centralize its record keeping and yet have not trained the very staff who are doing records that are centralized. That's the question, in addition to those that you were to respond to. Thank you. Can proceed.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, let me start with Honorable Kola Barnard. On the material irregularity, the two, the trade zone and the blue turtle. So the blue turtle relates to licenses that were purchased and not utilized. As indicated on the presentation, Chair, we have gone through an arbitration process and we are currently awaiting an award of that process. We are also in the process of instituting disciplinary processes against the responsible officials that are still with the organization. So that's really the status of the first item on material irregularity. The second one is on trade zone, and this related to an event that we had paid for, which did not materialize. There is also going through a legal process, and as indicated, we are also, so the legal process intention is to recover the funds that were lost by SITA. And secondly, we are also tracing or appointed a tracing agent for the officials that have subsequently left the organization to hold them accountable for the losses that they were incurred by the organization. So that's the status of those two. Definitely, the principle is that where we have incurred any losses, those funds should be recovered and those that were responsible should be held to account. On the whether we appoint and then we train later, I think when we appoint, we do follow, the recruitment processes that will request those, will have the requirements. So when we appoint, the officials are qualified enough. I think this is more from a continuous development component, and as a result of the changing requirements on the relevant accounting standards. That's more of an issue as opposed to maybe not appointing officials that are qualified, and that's currently receiving attention. And I can link that to the question of Honorable Emulala, that so that the record keeping that is not centralized, and the training that we are currently providing. So those are not necessarily linked, so they can run parallel. And why they can run parallel is that when it comes to centralization of documentation, the documentation is there, it's in place. For example, you will have the lines of business that are responsible for performing the actual service, having some of the documentation that confirms that the service was rendered to our clients, and then the documentation that are recorded and filed within finance when we are invoicing those customers does not include all the documentation. So the whole project is to ensure that all the documentation are in one place, and if obviously the evidence is required by the Auditor General, it's quicker to provide that evidence as opposed to having to go to a couple of officials to try and put together the evidence, given at times that the samples are quite big. And if you've got 3 days turnaround time, you won't be able to provide that information on time. So it's more to say the document exists, let's put it in one place to be able to provide the evidence. But the training is more to ensure that they are continuously up to date with the latest accounting standards when we are able to interpret and apply them as we record transactions. On the just generally, there was a question about whether from Honorable Kolaba, whether there were repeat findings, what happened to those. So what we've seen, and there were repeat findings, but what we've noted, if you look at the previous financial year, the audit itself, it was finalized quite late in the process and ran about November and December. And we really had about 3 months to come up with an audit action plan, to implement the audit action plan, to assess whether it's yielding the required results. And what was missing, which was quite a critical factor, was just analyzing the root causes of what led to the findings in the previous year, which I think, given that we have caught up with the timelines and we finalized the audit in August, we've already compiled the audit action plan. We're already implementing on the audit action plan. We've had enough time to even engage with the Auditor General to try and make sure that we are on the same page in terms of, the evidence that they require, the adequacy thereof, the relevance thereof. We've also even had time to engage with National Treasury to advise on some of the complex areas. And at times, even on the procurement side, we've engaged with Treasury on some of the interpretation issues, differences that we had with the AG, so that when we come back and implement, we are all aligned. So I think that has given us enough time to develop and implement the plan. And I think we are hopeful that it will address some of the recurring findings. It will address some of the challenges that we've picked up on the commitments where the calculations were not correct, because then we've gone back and looked at the reports as to what led to the report not producing the correct numbers, and we've tweaked the reports to ensure that it picks up the right transactions that's supposed to be included in those respective financial years, and we're able to account correctly to what is expected by the AG. So I think that whole time that we have should be enough for us to be able to show an improvement in the next audit. And I think, Chair, I have covered, in general, on all the questions that were raised on SITA. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Is USAASA ready?
Good morning, Chair and the members. I will respond to just a few of the questions and hand over to the CFO.
Yes, maybe before that, I just wanted to be sure that you got the question also from Honorable Mulala. What is the timeline for the disestablishment of USAASA? So that's the question specific. What is the timeline for the disestablishment of USAASA? So maybe that would be for yourself and probably the department when they come back.
Yes, Chair.
You proceed.
Oh, thank you, Chair. So maybe let me start with that one. As the members would know, that we have established working groups with the department to ensure that the proper processes are followed when it comes to the dissolution. We've included this target in our APP and is aligned with the department's target. And the sole reason of that, it was to ensure that by the 31st of March, this coming March, the transfer of staff happens, and thereafter the handover of the USAF fund to the principal for them to then redirect where it will sit, and that would be the actions post the relevant legislations that needs to take place for the repealing of the Act. However, there has been some delays in ensuring that especially the legislative parts take place. That allowed the DG to come in and then just further elucidate for the committee in terms of the timelines. However, we were working on the 31st of March, but that date seems to now not going to be realized, as we have started already planning for the next year, and the dissolution still is in the key focus of the APP that we are currently developing. When it comes to the irregular expenditure, Chair, as we said that the 35,000, it's all legacy. These occurred in between the years mentioned, in between, and Chair, I'd like to also bring to the committee the fact that the SIU mainly and the MPA has already, and the courts have ruled on these irregular expenditures. However, the entity had failed to then implement the court rulings and the SIU reports respectively. So these are now the ones we have sent for condemnation because they've been dealt with. and the relevant people are no longer in the organization. And so we are just now correcting what was not corrected or implemented by the agency post those determinations or proclamations that came with the reports and the court rulings to the same. So the majority of our irregular expenditure, as you said, or the materiality is historic. And we will, as we said, that we have then engaged Treasury and the board to condone in line with the relevant prescripts and the framework of irregular expenditure. And then when it comes to the other questions, Chair, I will hand over to the CFO. I'd like to also just anchor that in this year, we have not incurred any irregular expenditure, and all the irregular expenditure that is there comes mainly from the contracts that USAASA isn't able to commit on a long term, but these contracts are a requirement. So we are on a month-to-month with, example, our lease, Vodacom, for example. So the current irregular expenditure is coming really from those, mainly from those contracts. I'll allow the CFO to then get into the detail with regards to some of the findings and that we have heralded to have been the main causes and that related to the disclaimer as well. Thank you, Chair, through you.
Through you, Chair, I'm not sure whether you, and thank you, Chair, thank you, members. I think I'll just add to what the CEO has already really clarified in terms of the questions that were asked. The key elements, Chair, just that I just need to highlight, Chair. I think the first one, there was a question as to, and I think the question was going to everyone or the entities to say, what are we doing really to prevent the repeat of these audit findings? From our side, we have conducted a detailed, Chair, root cause analysis, where we're determining what are the real root causes that led to this. And then we plan accordingly, Chair. I think that it will then assist us in terms of not just really, I think most of the time we spend too much time trying to, how do I put it, deal with the symptoms, but not necessarily dealing with the root causes. So that's why we took the decision from our side to say that we are going to do a proper detailed root cause analysis. From there, we have identified what is it that we can do as action plans to manage those. You would have seen them in the presentation. Those are just some of those that we are saying we have identified and we're saying that we will be implementing as such. Then the other question, Chair, was to say who took the decision then to say we need to go for an Excel financial statement. Let me just bring a disclaimer, Chair, to say that when I joined the entity in March this calendar year, this is what I found, and really I can't tell who took the decision in that regard, but most of the people that were in finance at that time have already left the entity. Particularly, I think we have a lot of exodus of people in critical positions due to the fact that, I mean, we have been disestablished, especially those that are on a temporary basis. They are not necessarily keen to stay in a place where they know that they might not be here for a longer time, Chair. And it's also not easy for us to attract a lot of people with the caliber that will take us somewhere within the short-term period. It's just 4 months, Chair, so it's very difficult to find people to replace. Then the other root causes will be that we have some people that have been suspended in this particular regard as part of the consequence management that we are implementing. The disciplinary cases are still continuing in that regards, but they leave a gap within my area in that most of them were from finance. So they left a gap, and that gap is not easy for us to close until we finalize the disciplinary processes wherein we'll be able to know whether they're coming back or whether we'll be able to appoint people on a temporary basis as well, because we are not necessarily going to appoint anyone on a permanent basis, that we are being disestablished. Then, Chair, just to see if I have missed anything here, I think just to add on the irregular expenditures, if we're to look at the irregular expenditures that we have, I think the CE has already alluded to the fact that most of those are coming from those donkey years. But I think there was a question to say, what is it that we are doing with the current situations to make sure that we don't have a lot of those that we are going to pile up, and then we'll find ourselves in future still having a lot of that that we are going to say they have been here for a long time. I think the CS already indicated that if you were to look at our irregular expenditure from last year coming into the current year, most of it will be contracts that have lapsed, that we have already, most of them we were already able to manage those by getting into short-term contracts. That avoided a number of the payments that we have been making after contracts have lapsed. Then the other one, Chair, will be in the areas where, unfortunately, I think it's just two areas. One will be the rental of these premises. Unfortunately, landlords are not necessarily interested in getting into short-term contracts, and then we'll continue paying for those. If one was to ask whether we have to consequence manage anyone in that regard, it would be difficult to point it to anyone else or any problem in that particular regard, because it's a matter of we are where we are because we are going to be disestablished. And unfortunately, the landlord cannot enter into those long-term contracts. But otherwise, in terms of then the current investigations that are continuing, when they are finalized, we will also follow the same processes where we will be identifying who then we are supposed to consequence manage. If we need to take people for training and other issues, we'll identify those and we'll implement such so that we are able to manage the issues that are outstanding. But much of the irregular expenditures, at least, they were already investigated by the SIU and the like. So those we have already submitted for write-off by the board, which were written off, because most of the people that were identified have done that. Most of them have left USAASA, including the export of USAASA as such. So if we missed anything, Chair, I think we can be reminded, but I think we have covered everything. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We'll now take SAPO. SAPO.
Right.
Then, yes, take SAPO. I just want to state again the question from Honorable Mlala, so that as you respond, you take that into account. With regard to the fraud part, the question is it because of lack of controls or just IT systems that are a problem? So as you respond to other questions asked, take that also with you. Over to you, Acting Chair, Mr. Machumbos.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to members and colleagues. I will ask the CEO and her team to come and answer directly to the questions posed, but I would just wish to make these 2 points maybe as a preface, that the modest improvement in the performance insofar as the audit shows in the marked decrease in the number of material irregularities is moderately encouraging. It is certainly not animating, or it is not even a cause for a celebration. But from an objective perspective,
And this issue was made in the report by the department, even if not formulated as I will be doing now. You know, outdated infrastructure is a major contributing factor. And if it is not addressed, it will result in a further worsening of the situation. And by the same token, it will hamper business performance. And this is where now funding support is required for the implementation of the strategy. We are on tenterhooks waiting for a positive outcome insofar as that banning request is concerned. I just thought I should make those points just overall as possibly as a framework, by no means authoritative, but as a framework for evaluating the performance of the entity. I will then call upon the GCO to marshal the team in responding directly to the questions posed, which have been noted. And thank you very much then, Chairman.
The Chair of the committee, honorable members as well, the chairpersons of the respective entities, the ADG of our department and her team, my colleagues from the other departments, and of course, my colleagues from SAPO, good morning. The Honorable Kola Barnett has asked about the number of, well, she actually mentioned the number of offices that have been closed in the 2021-2022 financial year. The number that the member had put on the record is correct. That was the accurate number. There have been 146 offices that were closed. What is important to also note is that as we speak, as at the end of October 2022, we still have 1,901 branches that are operational. So the closures, yes, some of which is the next question the member had asked, is this deliberate? Is that the plan? So the answer to that is that it is part planned, but also part forced, because some of those offices that we were amalgamating into others, which were in close proximity to each other. But also we are faced with forced closures because it's oftentimes we do not pay the required rental. So some landlords are not able to keep us operating in their properties for much longer. So those are the issues that we wanted to raise on the branches. The next question related thereto was around what happens to the employees who used to work in those branches. Up until now, we have tended to redeploy those employees to other centers so that they can go and work differently. But this is, of course, not going to be sustainable going forward because we have kept the costs, particularly the cost of employment, high, while the business, in terms of the revenue, etc., has tended to suffer. So that's a matter that we are currently dealing with. There was a question around the PRMA being the post-retirement medical aid. This is a matter that in the past, when you used to work for SAPO, you were then even beyond your retirement, you were entitled to post-retirement medical aid. So SAPO would then look after you together with your beneficiaries until the day you die. And that practice was then stopped in 2005. And only those who were already members of that scheme were then allowed to stay on and be able to be kept, looked after by SAPO. We've calculated that in the last 11 years, SAPO has covered that group of people with over 1.3 billion rand just on the post-retirement medical aid, because remember, it's not only the member themselves, it's the member and their dependents. And sometimes members remarry once they lose a spouse, then the cycle starts again. So this tended to go into perpetuity. So SAPO has already spent all that amount of money on them. Then the amount that was given to SAPO was not 1.4 billion those many years ago. There was an amount that was given, it was just under 760 million, and SAPO and Medipos shared the amount. So the one reserve was given to SAPO was 457 million. The remainder of that amount was then given as 40% as a reserve to Medipos. So yes, the money was supposed to also look after these, on the fact that over the last 11 years alone, SAPO has overpaid. Chair, please indicate, it just tells me that my connectivity is unstable. Please indicate if you can hear me.
For now, we can still hear you. So the first option
apologies, Chairperson.
Switch off your video camera and that we are to hear you properly.
Chairperson, may I ask that Ms. Mona just repeats those figures? I'm afraid her voice blurred when she was giving them to us. Thank you.
Happily, Chair. So what I was saying is SAPO was given, I think the CFO will give the accurate number, because as you might appreciate, I only joined SAPO a year and a half ago now. But from the reports I've read, we were given just under 760. The CFO will give us the correct amount. But of that amount, 457 million went to SAPO as a reserve. And then 40% was then given to Medipos also as a reserve. And what I was then saying was, in the past 11 years, we have calculated that SAPO has actually covered the post-retirement medical aid by over R1 billion. I think the number is 1.3. Again, the CFO will please give the exact number there. So what then we have done is, this is common practice, Chair. It happens in many areas. It's a standard practice. We then looked at that liability, because this liability is sitting on SAPO's books. And we said perhaps we should approach the pensioners, those who are left on the list. And we then offer them a buyout. And we then walk away from each other. Once we give them the lump sum, we then walk away from each other. The liability is removed from SAPO's books, and they also take the money and do whatever they wish to do with the money. And we have started that process, and the amount that was mentioned by the honorable member, there is a range, because some people have beneficiaries, some people don't have beneficiaries. So there's a range of payment situations that is being done. We have also outsourced the process to a professional company that has done this with other bigger state-owned companies, because we didn't want to dabble in something we may not be able to do correctly. So we are pleased to announce that the members are, accepting, most of the members, let me say, are accepting the buyout, and we have already started paying out. And, so that process is underway. This is also part of us cleaning up our balance sheet, but also trying to get SAPO back into a strong position. The question around the Postbank, and we really appreciate the question, because it shows the appreciation that the separation of the Postbank has had an impact on the SAPO business. Firstly, we need to look at the fact that the Postbank was a division of SAPO since inception. So for all intents and purposes, SAPO, nurtured the Postbank, and it grew into what it is today. And prior to 1 April, it was still a division. 1 April 2019, it was still a division, and therefore the reporting of SAPO books or SAPO numbers included the Postbank. Then on April 1, 2019, it was then separated for all intents and purposes. It then reports separately. Now, what that does is it then stripped out the assets and whatever liabilities of the bank that were also included in the SAPO company financials. But then it also made sure that the profit of the Postbank was also in the past consolidated into the SAPO's income statement, but that no longer then happens. So the separation has really negatively impacted on SAPO, especially from a financials point of view, but also from an income statement and the statement of financial positioning reporting. And at the time of the separation, the Postbank took the reserves with it. And we keep asking ourselves up to today, whose reserves were those anyway? Were we not supposed to either get a share of the reserve or at least be compensated by the owner of the Postbank for some of the separation? So that basically is where we come from with this compensation and the impact of the separation of the Postbank. The last bailout was given to SAPO, I think, in January 2019. That's when SAPO received just under 3 billion, 2.9 billion. And this was during the tenure of the previous CEO. By the time I joined 15 months later, on the 1st of April, there was no money in the bank. So perhaps the CFO could shed some light as to where that money went and what was used, what that money was used for. I'm unable to give that response. In terms of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, it's not that we waited for the AG to raise the issue with us before we dealt with it. How we dealt with it was we went all the way back to the, it's cumulative. So we went back and we said, here's our fruitless and wasteful. And the peculiar thing about SAPO's fruitless and wasteful is only on two issues. It's about the interest that is charged by the our creditors, including the landlords, as well as penalties because we don't pay. Those are the two areas where we incur fruitless and wasteful. So the AG pointed something valid to us to say, you can't just lump all of it in one into the FMC, which is here's our fruitless and wasteful. We know why the AG said to us and explained, because you cannot say, oh no, we didn't have money throughout all these periods, which is a valid comment, and we are taking that into consideration. We are reworking this fruitless and wasteful, and point that
we are losing your CFO.
Yes, we didn't pay big.
We lost your CFO.
Then in terms of the irregular expenditure, we have set up the, hear me when I spoke about the fruitless and wasteful check? Perhaps the CFO could take over, Chair?
Yes, it's on that point, but maybe that would be covered. If you still need to make a point, you can.
All right, thank you, Chair. So we were saying that
just can't hear, Chair.
And wasteful, we have, the CFO could take over, Chair, at this point, and then I'll come back when my connectivity is better.
CFO.
Thank you, Chair. Can I go ahead, Chair?
Please go ahead.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to the honourable members and to all the colleagues present. Maybe I'll start with the last point where CEO was, in terms of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. When we analyze the fruitless and wasteful expenditure for SAPO, majority of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure is due to interest being charged by service providers and penalties because of late payments and not honoring the payments when they become due. So when we look at the, once again, so the FMC, we've got a financial misconduct committee that's in charge the overall body that looks after all the frivolous and wasteful expenditure that's reported and also irregular expenditure. So in terms of the frivolous and wasteful expenditure, in terms of the interest, those interests has been recorded. We have not paid those interests across to the service providers. We are busy in discussion trying to negotiate the waiving of the interest, but the challenge SAPO has got is to pay the capital amount. So without having an agreement when we can pay the capital amount, these service providers are not willing to waive the interest. So once again, we have recorded this, the frivolous and wasteful in terms of the interest. What CEO was indicating, what AG raised was when we took the frivolous and wasteful expenditure to the board for write-off, the AG indicated you cannot just go and group it all together. You need to analyze year by year in terms of the cash flow position, was SAPO did have insufficient cash, or were the cash flow challenges not to pay those service providers. In terms of the irregular expenditure, we have once again the Financial Misconduct Committee that all irregular expenditure is reported to that committee. The committee does analyze the reports submitted by the executives and the management to see what type of consequence management is required to be undertaken. So in certain cases, there has been consequence management implemented. I don't have the list of staff, but we could provide that to the committee. In terms of the PRMA, what CEO was indicating in terms of the PRMA, and maybe just to repeat those numbers in the PRMA, and maybe just to provide context and clarity, those funds in those years where SAPO utilized, got subsidies. So when SAPO had losses, those losses was funded by the state. And during those years when SAPO had surplus, what SAPO did, it took the surplus fund and given it to Medipost because Medipost is in our scheme. So the surpluses were not given by government as such. There was a subsidy that were not utilized in terms of the financial position. And those funds were given to Medipost in terms to ensure the solvency of Medipost is maintained, because Medipost is in our scheme, so it's a closed scheme. So only SAPO employees can belong to Medipost. To ensure that Medipost maintain those solvency levels, SAPO contributed to ensure those solvency levels were improved. So in 2005, when this process of ensuring that no new staff employees qualify for this post-retirement medical aid like benefit, there was a split in the funds that was given by held by Medipost. 457 million rand came back to SAPO, and Medipost retained 304 million. That's an agreement that was struck between or signed between SAPO and Medipost. As CEO indicated, that if you look at the last 10 years in terms of this post-retirement medical aid, it has cost SAPO 1.4 billion rand. So what we've been trying to see, because on an annual basis, it costs SAPO 120 million rand. And this is quite a significant amount from a cash flow and an income statement and even a balance sheet. So obviously the effort to see how we could reduce that liability, and hence that PRMA buyout option is being considered, which is a voluntary process. The other question was raised regarding the staff deduction. So Chair, I think maybe it's important to give context. So when you look at SAPO's monthly inflows or its revenue and expenses, we see a significant difference between the expenses and revenue. So SAPO's revenue cannot even cover SAPO's total costs, resulting that we do not have the funds to able to settle the full staff liability, which is the basic salary, the medical aid, and the pension. It is not that SAPO deducts the deduction, because if for the scenario where a month that SAPO doesn't get inflows, that means the basic salary will not even be paid. Obviously, what we have to do, we need to see how we can ensure the operation keeps running. So we have to pay certain service providers to ensure the business operates. But unfortunately, the insufficient cash to pay the medical aid and the PRMA commitments. There was a question that CEO touched on the bailout that was given in 2019. It was about 2.9 billion given in 2019. So when that funds were given by the National Treasury to the Department of SAPO, so those funds when you receive in 2019, so if you look at SAPO's financial performance, it's not something that happened overnight, it's over a period of time. And even during the period where this fund received in 2019, SAPO had a huge amount of historical debt. So when the funds came in, there was a number of supplies and creditors that were not paid. So a majority of those funds were utilized to settle those liabilities and also ensure that the operation continues. So on a monthly basis, that deficit was funded by that funding assistance that was given. The other question, Chair, was on the audit findings. In terms of the audit findings, if we look in context, during the past 3 fiscal years or financial years, the previous 2 fiscal years, the completion of the financial statement was done late. and the audit process to audit these financial statements were late, resulting even the AGM being held in the following year in end of March, and submission to Parliament and to Portfolio Committee to approve those financial statements. So the knock-on effect on that delay also impacted the current financial year 21-22, because it did not allow sufficient time to try and address those significant audit findings. But for this financial year ending 31st March 22, all the statutory timelines in completing the financial statement and submitting to AG and completing the audit was done in time, and even submission Parliament was within the statutory timelines. So it given us a bit of an early start to start implementing the required corrective action and developing the action plan to address these audit findings. So those audit action plans have been developed and they're in the process of being implemented. But it's important to note that there are certain constraints, because if you look at example, the property portfolio, we have about 1,000 properties that's owned by SAPO. What the accounting standard requires is that you do an annual reevaluation of the properties, and that's quite an extensive exercise. It cannot be a desktop exercise. So and it costs sufficient funds. You need sufficient funds to be able to get an external service provider, because internally it's a specialized area where you need somebody that's able to evaluate the properties in terms of what the cost is, what is the cost of the maintenance, and what the market value. So what I'm trying to indicate here is that as best as we try on difficult circumstance, even finance environment, it's not a fully capacitated team that you have the correct staff in all the areas with the right skills and capacity to able to address things. So on those circumstances, we are trying to see how we're able to address all these audit findings with the understanding that we do not have repeat audit findings, and definitely try and see how we can improve for the financial year 31st March 2023. So Chair, I think I've covered all the questions as CEO. I'm not sure whether you want to add anything. Thank you.
Fully covered, Chair.
Thank you. As we get back to the department to respond to some of the specific questions that were referred to the department, as you do that, maybe if I can just remind you that Honorable Clego has put it also on the chat, that in the presentation, there was an issue about priorities outside of the APP. That's what you wanted to know, whether probably she didn't catch that properly. If that is correct, which are those that may have not been in the APP, but ended up being priorities. So that's one question there. There is then the one on USAASA disestablishment, the timeline issue there, given what has been raised. So USAASA said probably the department is better placed to respond to that question. Honorable Kolabana.
Thank you, Chair. I had just two follow-ups before they start wrapping up. USAASA, after the SIU investigation, we've just heard the relevant people were no longer in the organization. So this is an historic issue, and we now need the board to condone it. So the SIU came out with findings, and it seems to me that if someone is found that they have stolen or whatever it is that they've done and then leaves, they are simply left to live out their lives without any consequences. Now, we heard from another entity that they've actually hired investigators to go and find people who were behind certain criminal activities in their organization. So why is this not happening? Why are you looking just to wipe it out, condone the issue, when the people who've done this, after the SIU investigation has found this out, are out there quite possibly using you as references for another job? I don't understand why a harder line isn't being taken. And question also to the post office. There was no response to my reference to the staff member who died yesterday because the medical aid had been discontinued. I've certainly had calls from people who've been refused chemotherapy. They've had mastectomies, etc. I mean, they're basically being told, go home and die. There's a huge waiting list at the provincial hospitals. You know, the taking of the payments, their contributions to medical aid, pension, etc., is still being taken off of their salaries, but it's not being paid over. Now, I'm sorry, but that's fraud, and it's just simply being ignored by the management. I'd like a final comment on that, please.
Not sure if it's on my side. You're frozen, but I think you've covered the point, Honorable Kolabanat. Am I still audible, Honorable Members?
Yes, I did finish. Thank you, Chair. Were you able to hear me?
Yes, the 2 points have been
That's
made.
fine. Thank you.
And other on SAPO. And I'm sure I'll be guided acting DG. I would have thought that those questions, the entities could come back to them quickly and deal with them, so that when you come back, you look at any of the gaps that you will still want to close. I take it you've noted the questions I've raised on behalf of Honorable Mlala, which was then referred by USAASA back to yourselves on timelines, as well as a follow-up question from Honorable Kaigo in relation to the priorities, so that she's clear whether she would have not heard it well if there was, what are those? Maybe you'll also want to respond to some questions in relation to the vacancies. Again, with Honorable Gumbo, if we can get to know, because your reference was on managers level. I think of interest to a number of members is the time it has taken for the department to have an acting DG, because that's also important in stabilizing leadership of the department, as the AG has also raised that where people are acting, they would not be in a situation where they take full responsibility, as it would be the case when you'd still have to be the one following up on that action. If that could not be responded to, I think it's a matter I would need it in writing from the side of the ministry in this regard. Of course, being sensitive that you are actually responding as acting, but would need to know if there's a process in place and what timelines also are there to stabilize completely. Surely that won't wait for some finalization from DPSA, as we already have one department, one ministry. Surely there should be one DG as it was presented before, but the time I think has taken long. So note that as entities are beginning to respond to those specific questions, follow up. The other relates to the transition plan for this the disestablishment of USAASA. We've raised this as the committee before. So we get worried if even the timelines that were set may not be met as set by the CEO of USAASA. So you need to speak to that, because most of the areas they have raised are about the uncertainty created by the disestablishment process. So if you can speak to all those points, it should help us at least get something concrete. And if not, still have those at least submitted. Consequence management, you've already indicated that you may want to submit that to the committee members, even if it's in writing, to do so, so as for us to know who are involved and what actions have been taken. in that regard. Can I then take the two questions? Can come in SAPO, then USAASA on the part of following up and investigations.
Thank you, Chair.
Your line is still bad.
We are extremely.
Can you try again, CEO? Okay. Mr. Governor?
CFO, please come in. Thank you, Chair. If you can hear me.
Okay, better now. Proceed.
Is it better now, Chair?
Better now. Proceed, CEO.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. We are extremely saddened by the passing of Mr. Michael Paul de Bruin, who passed on the 14th of November, which is last Monday. We did receive the news. We do wish that his soul may rest in peace, and we did send our condolences to the family. So we are aware of the incident, and we have been told what had transpired. But I thought that, Chair, the CFO had responded to the second part of the Honourable Kolabanat's question around deductions and payments over to medical aids. Perhaps he was not clear enough. I'd like the CFO to please conclude on this question, Chair. Thank you.
Mr.
Thank you. So, Chair, can I go ahead?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair. So, Chair, the payment of the medical contribution is a sensitive matter. We're fully aware of the implications of the non-payment of the medical contributions. So maybe just to confirm, the October's contribution has not been paid to the medical aids, which is both the employer and the employee's contributions. And maybe just to emphasize again, in terms of SAPO's cash flow position, on a monthly basis, we're having this monthly deficit, which results, if you look at the period up to October, in a normal organization or a commercial entity, you cannot, if you have losses, those losses would have been funded, so you're able to meet your liabilities. But in SAPO's position, even the losses the losses recorded up to 31st March 2022, and the losses for the 7-month period ending October, those losses are not funded. There's no reserves to fund those losses. So what it does, on a monthly basis, there are unfortunately certain liabilities that cannot be paid. And in this case, what we try to be doing is try to prioritize the basic salary to staff, because we would understand the impact of the non-payment of salaries. But unfortunately, there's just insufficient cash to be able to settle the medical liabilities and even the pension fund contribution and other service providers. And we've seen the other service providers, cross example, rental, we've seen the impact of the non-payment of rentals, where we see some of our branches being closed. And once again, some of the service providers where we see interest being charged. I hope that provides context, Chair. Thank you.
SASA.
Chair, I'm sorry, Chair, if I may have clarity. May I, Chair?
Yes, Honourable Kolabana.
Thank you.
On what point?
What I'm referring to is not that you're not paying the medical aid. Of course, that's a huge issue. The point is you are taking money out of the salary that each member is paid. You are taking the money from their salaries for their pensions, for their medical aids, and you're not paying it over. You are taking from the staff. This is not about your own capital that you're not paying. You're taking money out of their salaries and not paying it over. They believe they have paid their contributions. You are taking the contributions and utilizing them somewhere else. That is what I'm referring to.
The CFO would have answered this question. CFO, you would want to still clarify the point of whether taking or not taking and the priorities. That's good. It's an important question to clarify because it comes up all the time. Can you?
Thank you, Chair. Can I go ahead, Chair?
Yes.
So, Chair, I think this question, as indicated, comes up quite a few times. and maybe it's important to provide the clarity. So when we look at and as I said, maybe I'll give you a scenario. Just say for the month of November, if there's no revenue in, a staff cost does not generate cash flow. So mere staff turns up to work and they're operating, and if there's no inflows of revenue for the month, it does not generate cash. So when we have staff costs, we include the basic salary, the pension and medical aid, those expenses do not generate cash. So when we look at this is just an accounting entry. So when you look at the income statement, you've got staff costs, you have property rental and other operational costs. So those costs does not generate cash. We are requiring for the business to generate cash so we can able to settle the liabilities. The mere fact that we have a pay slip, it doesn't generate cash. So when you look on a monthly basis, as indicated, we're running a deficit, and the deficit on a monthly basis averages about 220 million rand. So that 220 million rand, we do not have the cash or reserves. So therefore indicated when you look at our losses from the previous financial for 31st March 22 and for the 7-month period ending October, those losses are not funded, which means that when you're having this deficit, we do not have sufficient reserves to able to set it. In an ideal environment, we need to achieve to a break-even point so we can see whatever revenue you're getting or cash flow you're getting, you're able to set your liabilities. So the mere fact, once again, to summarize, that there's a deduction on somebody's pay slip or they're getting a pay slip, it does not generate the cash to able to settle those liabilities. So it's more an accounting entry rather than a cash inflows, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, CFO. I'll now give to SASA.
Thank you, Chair. Sydney here, the CFO. Let me try to clarify, Chair, what we meant around the issues of the SIU and the NPA, where they have already done the investigations from our side, where we said that we have submitted those for the write-offs, Chair. The key issue for us is to say we went into the documents or the reports from the SIU and we analyzed them just to see whether there were some irregular payments and other things. And it is clear, Chair, inside the documents. I'll just give you an example of one of the report wherein they're saying that there were irregular appointments of certain companies. However, the work has been done and the payments that have been made were in line with the work that has been delivered and certified by the relevant people that had to certify that particular work. So it's not about the fact that maybe the payments that have been made were not necessarily commensurate to the work that has been done. It's just that, unfortunately, all those payments that have been made will be regarded as irregular because of the appointment that have been irregularly done at the point when the appointment were done. I'll give you another example, Chair, will be when a particular employee has been appointed and you find that the company that has been used to headhunt the person was appointed irregularly. So the entire amount, the payment that has been made to that particular company, unfortunately, will be regarded as irregular. The appointment of that person was also regarded as irregular. So, and if you look at those, it will be a particular board, the export that was doing those irregular appointment and so forth. So, but in conclusion, in their document like SIU, they will indicate that they don't see any success in us, in them even from their side, going after the ex-employees or the export members in this particular regards. So I think that's where then they concluded to say that we don't really have to. But the key issue was to say you need to improve your controls, consider those weaknesses and improve your controls. So those are the things that from our side, we have mentioned that we have implemented those controls. You will realize that currently we don't have as much as those irregular appointments and other things that we're still having or incurring Chair currently in the main. So we have already addressed those particular issues. That's why we're confident to say we can take these ones for a write-off, Chair, by the board, instead of us trying to go after the relevant people while the SIU reports are saying that they don't see any any success in us really going after they've done their analysis, the investigations and everything. So those are the ones, Chair, that we have submitted. But for the ones that, Chair, we have identified, or the report will say that there are people that we need to go after and institute consequence management. We have already indicated, Chair, if we were to look in our report, that we are saying that there are some employees that have been suspended due to some of those things that they have done in the past, or you'll find that there were irregular expenditures for things that have not been delivered. So their investigations were done. Also, then we are still busy with the proceedings in terms of the disciplinary processes, Chair. So the consequence management is not to say that we are not going to implement them, but we're looking at the relativeness of the success, the success in terms of going after those, just considering from the reports that we have received from the relevant authorities that have done the investigations. So Chair, I think, yeah, that's the clarity that I just wanted to provide, Chair. We were analyzing them in that regard. Thank you, Chair.
Acting DG.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I also would like to apologize that I missed the previous question by Honorable Tego, which I will respond to now. I think she was asking in terms of saying in our presentation, we mentioned that there were priorities outside of the APP. And that is correct, Chair. You will recall that last year we had tabled the APP in May. However, there were cabinet changes in August, and that resulted in the minister entering into a new performance agreement with the president. The president then had delegated certain priorities to the Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies. And these relate in the main in terms of ensuring and the transformation of our sector, certainly fast tracking the issue of the spectrum auctioning, which resulted in success, but also equally ensuring that there's an uptake and usage of local products. So the localization program was then shared between ourselves, the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, as well as DSI. We also were designated as the lead department when it came to the issues related to the digitization of government and looking at digital government. That is what we are working on with presidency as well as DPSA. And then there were also, in terms of the cybersecurity awareness, Chair, we were then allocated a responsibility in that. And then we were requested to fast track the corporatization of the Postbank, as government wanted to aggregate all the banks and make sure that there's only one state bank for then services. And in that regard, it required us then to revise the APP and to include therefore these priorities, which were then executed by the department. I'm hoping that then provides the clarity when we made reference to that particular matter. The second issue, Chair, that was asked by you was on the vacancies. Certainly our vacancy rate, excuse me, our vacancy rate is above the 10% threshold. The AG has raised this particular matter. And this is basically contributed by the fact that we don't have an organizational structure for the DCDT. That because of the capacity constraints in the HR environment, we are still in finalizing the new structure, but we've put in a transitional plan, Chair, in as far as having an operating model where we are looking in terms of the functional areas that we have to do, and obviously placing our officials in those and prioritizing what then is in the APP. In order for us that whilst the structure is being finalized, we do not lose the time for us then to implement as we are now about less than 18 months to the end of the MTSF. But then in the recent, as I indicated, that we are looking to fill in the critical vacant positions, especially in the area of administration. We have the vacancies for the Chief Director HR, the CFO, as you heard that he's acting, the Director General, as I'm standing in. There's also for the DDG policy, as well as the Chief Director SPM, who left us in the middle of this year. So for those chairs, I indicated that the plans are that we will be advertising those positions and we'll be sitting down to fill those positions soonest, owing to these priorities. And we want to avoid this then becoming a recurring finding on the part of the department. Then, Chair, the issue that Honorable Malala raised with regards to the time frame for the disestablishment, I'd like to thank the acting CEO of USAASA for responding. Just to indicate, Chair, that it is our intent that we would, from our side, in terms of what we have control over, to finalize the disestablishment of USAASA. We are looking at ensuring that the targets, I want to indicate that USAASA currently has commitments of over 806 million related to critical contracts. As you know, they have the finalization of the BDM as well as broadband rollout. So those projects will still continue because there is an NTSF allocation on that. So we're looking at a smooth transition that whilst there's still the execution of these projects, the officials will be transferred in the department. We have been engaging our own landlord in as far as trying to get additional space for the officials to move. This will also then ensure the avoidance of the short-term contracts or the challenges that they're facing with the landlord on their side on the short-term contracts. And we also obviously have made an undertaking that we need to invest in terms of the human capital that is at USAASA, and therefore the officials will be either transferred to the department, or if it is that there are expects in terms of BDM or projects to our relevant entities, and as best as possible to ensure that the contractual obligations that they currently have will remain similar. And then with regards to the legal cases, there's quite a number of legal cases, and I think the CEO also alluded to these. Those particular legal cases, we've been working with them as a department. We're trying to fast track the conclusions thereof in order that when we close down USAASA, there won't be any further cases pending. With our biggest challenge, there is a CAB memo that that is within what will be served to Cabinet, so it's in the Cabinet system. Once Cabinet has given the go-ahead, it becomes easier for us then to amend the legislations, and this is in reference to Section 80 of the ECA. We need to repeal that in as far as the disestablishment of USAASA. However, there's still Section 87 that relates to the transfer of USAF in terms of its management and control back to the department. And thereafter, once the Postbank Act has been passed by Parliament, we're hoping then that we will be able to transfer the management of the USAF to the Postbank. And this is in the same objective as government to ensure efficiency, as well as the rationalization of state-owned entities. We're not looking to establish another entity, but to optimally utilize the functional entities that we do have. And the Postbank is well positioned to take over that management of the USAF. Chair, hoping that I have responded to the questions. If there are any, we would be more than happy to respond or take up the platform again. Thank you.
You're acting DG. Thanks to the leadership of the entities from boards to the executives who also responded to questions asked by honorable members. I'm sure if there are further follow-up questions, members could just start to writing, and that we get those and other outstanding matters in writing in that score, like the consequence management issue, which you've already responded to, that you may want to provide more information to the committee. With that, I must thank you for responding to the questions, the presentations that we've made before the committee. But maybe before I do that, so that we recognize the role that the AG plays, and that in all these plans you've been communicating with the HSA, if they are still on the platform, just for them, if they have a comment to make at this point, to do so, in particular, their level of satisfaction that these matters are indeed being attended to. This is so because the financial year that we're dealing with would have been by the end of March. We're almost getting to another March in a few months. Surely the implementation should be showing if we're turning the corner or not. HSA, if you would want to speak, or Surat, Taliat, any one of you? Okay, let's start with Surati, and then we'll follow Joyce Nogoyan.
Good afternoon, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members. Thank you for this opportunity. From the AGSA side, we would just like to comment to say that we are taking note of all the actions that the entities are being implemented, trying to address our audit findings as well as the material irregularities. So from our side now, when we start with our audits during planning and during the interim audit, we will obviously start by looking at the action plans that is implemented, and we will follow that up to ensure that the matters are then addressed. So thank you very much, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you. Madam Joyce Nonkoyan.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, honourable members, and the colleagues from the department, from the public entities, and everyone at large. I think my colleague Suret has nicely captured, our way forward, that we have been listening and we have been taking notes. We do commend, the department and the public entities for the honest presentation that they did. So it fairly presents what the matters that we've been following up. So we will follow up on the actions that they've indicated that they've taken from the last time when we did the audit. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gonyan. Honorable members, like I said, indeed, I would then take the opportunity to thank all those who have presented. And in this score, would release them, especially the entities, and be left with the department, honorable members. And I can indicate that with regard to apologies received from the two members, Honorable Dr. Basop and Honorable Tim, they're also on the platform, so the record will have to be amended as to the times when they rejoin the meeting. It's been the apology. Otherwise, thanks would release you on the platform if you want to be released, including the HSA. But the department, the state law advisors, as well as the parliament legal, if they are on the platform, were informed that it would be Ms. Kanjan who would be on the platform, and then from the state law advisor would be Ms. Aricharan. I hope they are on the platform as we list others. Thank you. As we proceed, honorable members, we had agreed to reorder the agenda in terms of the items and get to the second item. Ajra, if you can flight the agenda once again. We are now on the deliberations of finalisation of on the South African Postbank Limited Amendment Bill, B22 2022. I'm sure honorable members would be aware that we are expected to get to the point where we will do page by page. We'll be assisted by both legal as well as the department if there are specific matters that may need to be clarified. So the purpose is really to go on the page by page, looking at the clauses, and where there have been suggestions of amendments, would be able to get to that point, and then post that will then be also guided legally by the state law advisors as to how the process will then be taken forward before it gets to the House at any given time. So that's where we are, honorable members. And I take it that we've had an opportunity of going through the bill a number of times. You've also been able to look at what the public participation process would have also brought to our attention. We've gone to consult even further, and at least you know where things stand at this point. The Honorable Kola Barnett, as Ajira be flighting.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we've got about 18 minutes left of this meeting, after which I have other meetings, certainly. That's just simply not enough time. Could we not do this next week or in a later meeting? It's just not enough time to do this. I mean, to do page by page in such an important piece of legislation, it's just impossible.
May I check if there's any other member who'd want to speak? I'm sure from the admin side, you'd be able to indicate with regards to the time, because time does get extended if need be. But looking at the work that we need to do, we can get an indication. But may I just check other members first who would want to speak now on the matter?
Chair, if I may, we've just had a massive presentation that I worked on till like midnight last night. I just think to rush this through in a matter of, 15 minutes or so is just too much.
Honorable Kola Barnett, you've made your point. I just said before I make a ruling on how I think we should go forward, I just thought I should give first the opportunity if there are other members would want to comment, because there's also a matter I have raised that I will talk to before we close the meeting, which was an update on the SAPC. So may I just check first if there are other members who would want to comment on the proposal? So that if not, I then go get to rule on the matter, and then that will move forward.
Chairperson, I think you can rule on the matter.
Honorable Kumbu. Right. I do know that there's also a sitting of the House, and that members, some of them are traveling. Maybe that's why they will not be able to respond, and that indeed we need to do justice to the matter. My understanding, therefore, is that there's general agreement, and this is where Honorable Kolabanat, I want to be clear if I heard you. There's general agreement that we have reached that stage where we need to go through the point by point on the bill question, and that given the time, we may not be able to do that. And therefore, what the next meeting should look at will be to deal with that aspect of line by line, and therefore be able to know what then happens thereafter. So if we agree on that, then we would agree that we take it to the meeting as out, make the proposal as we deal with the SAPC part. So I wanted to be sure that members, that's what you understand yourselves, so that we don't start a new discussion in the next meeting as it relates to the bill. The second point is to really allow us, so that as we go through the bill, once again, understand what needs to happen next, is for the state law advisor to also speak to what they referred to as the A list, what that means once we have gone through the line by line. This will help us to also know how we need to schedule going forward, right? So that will be, I think, the second point. Then we can be able to say we have reached an agreement on how we are taking the matter forward. So I just want to understand, as I said, Honorable Kolabanat, so that I don't just rule on the basis that I think that's what you meant, that you clarify yourself if that's what you meant.
Yeah, Chairperson, all I'm saying is we don't have time to move forward on this process today. I think that many questions came up during the joint sitting. I don't know when they'll be addressed, but if, you run the committee, and I can see this process is being driven from all sorts of angles. I'm not happy with the tiny amount of public input for such a massive enterprise. I don't think the public is really aware of what is being proposed here. And I think unfortunately, he's not on the meeting, but I do think the reservations expressed by Honourable Pambo were actually on point, that if one saved the post office, this legislation, the need for it would simply fall away. So there are many other issues that should be considered, I think, before moving to a finality on this matter.
Okay, with that clarity that you've given, may I just check if there's any other member who would want to speak?
Chairperson.
Yes, Honorable.
Yeah, I don't know that we have indicated that the time can be extended. I don't know as to whether we'll be able to cover everything, but if there is an indication that the time can be extended, I think we can continue.
I'm afraid I'm not available after 1, Chair.
Okay, honorable members, the reason I'm asking these questions is because we debated a matter of what the summary was previously. So I'm making it a point that by the time we get to make a ruling, there's been participation of members. Like I said, I do understand that we are also getting to the House. We still have 1 or 2 other items to deal with. We also do not want to be seen to be just rushing the bill as it may be seen. But I just need to make the following. The understanding is that we have engaged this matter. We are now of the understanding on what this committee deals, which is in reality the structure. And this has been clarified by the Finance Standing Committee, as we also consulted with them as part of the broader consultation, but not to outsource the responsibility of the committee as directed by the Parliament in the ATC. I would have listened to a point that says, going through it now and Parliament, having had this other presentation we've had, which was also important to deal with, is that we allow space to engage. We would look at whether in the date that we have asked for, where we adopt a report, SABC, if we can be given space to add such an item. If not, at least amend the next meeting's agenda to include this item as the first item to deal with. Will be guided by approvals from the side of the House Chair. Of course, we note all other concerns that have been raised and responded to a number of times. We understand that. But on record, at least it would be proven that we have been through to the point of hurrying, but slowly, even on the public participation process itself. At least the record would show that would have been the case. So I'm saying we look at those 2 possible times, of course, depending on the approval that we will get from the House Chairperson, as we usually do, especially on changes to a program that has already been submitted to the House Chairperson. We would need indeed all members on the platform, and that those members, we are sure that they have better connection. They are able to input as expected. So that will be the way we would take this matter forward. We'll then advise members accordingly as to what the approval of the House Chairperson indicates. So we can leave it at that point, 9 minutes to 1. But let's get from the State Law Advisor's Office, post the line by line or clause by clause, as you'd call it. What then is the process from their side, and how long will that be for them to look at what is said to be the A list or wish list? So that's a matter that I thought it's important to clarify, even if we do not deal with the matter now, because it helps us to plan our times also along those lines. From the State Law Advisor, would you want to speak on the matter at this point?
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members and colleagues. Chairperson, if I may perhaps just have permission not to switch on my video. My network is a bit inconsistent today. So I'm just going to speak if Chairperson allows me.
Permission granted, please proceed.
Thanks, Chair. Just with regard to the A list, what I know to happen usually from this stage on is that the committee would go through the bill clause by clause and would then decide on the necessary amendments to be made. And once there is agreement amongst the committee members on the amendments that must be made, those amendments must be captured in what we call the A list, which will just be sort of a line-by-line amendment or indicate a line-by-line amendment of the various provisions in the bill. And then once we have the A list and the committee approves the A list, then it is incorporated into what becomes the B bill. So unfortunately, I'm not very familiar with the parliamentary processes. Perhaps the parliamentary legal advisor can come in here. But I do know that once we have the A list and it's agreed upon, it is then incorporated into a B bill, and that is then the bill that goes forward from the committee. But the A list cannot be compiled unless the committee has agreed on the amendments that must be contained in the A list itself. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I see your hand, Honorable Dr. Basu.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members, the ministers, and the officials. Perhaps I've already tendered my apology to come late to the meeting because I'm on another engagement, Bloemfontein, and as such, even the network is very challenging on this side. I'll make my video available. Chair, I just want to get to be clear, why can't we go through now? I didn't get that page by page now. What is the problem for us to do that? I didn't get that. Can you assist me? Thank you.
Any other member would want to speak? Honorable Dr. Basu, we do not have, from where I'm sitting as a chair, we do not have a problem in proceeding given that time could be extended. We know that Honorable Kola-Barnett said after one she would not be here because she would have not budgeted for any extended time. At the time of engaging that issue, the reason I was checking all other members is because we need to have firstly a quorum with numbers for decision making. And at that time, that was not the case. I've checked again now. We do have the numbers, yes. That's why the meeting needed to be guided. Otherwise, it can be the chair proceeding on his own and there are no members and it gets challenged later on, right? So when Honorable Gumbu put the point that we should be probably able to continue, there was no second to that, at least to show indication that at least there's a motion that's supported. So all I was trying to get now is an understanding of why the matter is raised. By why the matter is raised, I'm saying whether I understood the proposal, that it is about saying we have agreed to reach the point that we are now going on a line by line. So even if we get it to the next meeting because there's no time, we'll not start the discussion from scratch, but engage from that point And I'm sure you'd have heard, if your network was allowing you, that Honorable Kolabanat made it clear that there are still many issues to discuss as far as they are concerned. There are concerns that have not been answered. So that's what we are trying to respond to. And I've then asked that for us to come to a final decision, we also need the state law advisor to indicate once we go through line by line so that we are able to say, if we are to schedule anything, what does it mean? What is expected out of that? So I expected at least members to come on board on this because the notice convening the meeting was received by everyone. The understanding was that we'll proceed on the clause by clause because we've exhausted all other discussions. So that's where we are, Honorable Dr. Basob. I will give you first before I give to Honorable.
No, Chair, if that is the case, now I'll support the view that let's proceed. But of course, this is not just a once-off kind of thing. This is a process. If there are issues that are still hanging, they will be dealt with in the process. We can't stop this, Chair. Let's continue now. And the only thing that can stop it now is the issue of quorum, as you are saying. If we do have a quorum, let's proceed. I support that. Thank you.
And Honorable Tlago.
Yes, Chairperson, I'm struggling network, but I think I'm audible. My Honorable Basopu has covered my views in saying if we meet the quorum, let's proceed as planned, Chairperson. There's no turning back. Let's proceed as we have planned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Tlago. I think it's now seconded. We do note that Honorable Kolabanat indicated that should be excused. She's got another meeting to attend. And my understanding would be that we will go through the process as now seconded, and that we will then take the next step thereafter, as outlined by the state law advisor. There'll still be an opportunity when we finally adopt our report as it gets to the House, if there are further comments to make. Now, I want to confirm administratively to those that are assisting us with the process. Do we now have the quorum to make decisions? Committee support.
I'll double check, Chairperson, 1 second. Chairperson, we have a quorum. Thank you, Chair.
With that having been said, we'll then get to the bill being flighted. Honorable members, the approach we are going to take, and I'm sure if Parliament Legal is on the platform, they will indicate if we are not going through accordingly. The approach we're taking is that we're going to go page by page, make indication where there's been proposals for amendments, at least stop on that, indicate that there's been an amendment and it has been responded to. And if that is adequate, we move to the next. By the time we get to the last page, it would have been done with the bill as is put before us. So that's the approach we'll take. Parliament Legal, I just want to confirm because I don't want us to come back to this point.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, and to all on the platform this morning. Chairperson, so once the bill is flighted, members can be taken through clause by clause.
and it really is up to the committee if you want to just read clause by clause or section by section, and then members can give their input regarding the specific clauses. And the state law advisor, together with myself, will note the comments, and an A list will be formulated thereafter, Chairperson.
So on the basis of that, honorable members, like I said, you will indicate if that's not the way you'd want to look at it. I'm proceeding on the basis that we are flighting. You do see the areas we are looking at. As you can see from the cover page, that's a South African Postbank Limited Amendment Bill. As introduced in the National Assembly, proposed as Section 75, and this would be then explanatory summary of the bill in terms of that. And English text. Yes.
Can you remind us, Section 75 means?
Legal.
Yes, Section 75 means?
The same understanding, legal?
It's tagged as a Section 75 bill, which means that it is a bill that affects if you look at the tagging, the joint tagging mechanism has asked Parliament to tag the bill. It was proposed as a Section 75 bill. It means that basically, in short, that it deals with matters that deals with functional concurrent areas of the national and the provincial legislative competence set out in Schedule 4. So therefore, the bill must be considered in accordance with Section 75 of the Constitution, and so it's constitutionally and procedurally a Section 75 bill.
I'm sure Honorable Dr. Basop wants you to simplify it as it relates to the relationship between the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces.
As well as with the public. As well as with the public.
Sorry, Chairperson. Chairperson, so what I'm saying is that the bill deals neither with functional areas of concurrent national and provincial competence in Schedule 4. So therefore, it won't have to be dealt with by both houses, Chairperson.
Okay, no, I'm comfortable from the such.
Okay, I'm sure you heard it, Honorable Dr. Basop, but on the public participation, which has not been responded to, just a reminder that we've gone through that process. That's how far we have gone. Only if it was to be on the other side, that they may also get to such a process. But as things stand, this is where we are. And I hope the department now also has the same clarity in terms of that taking. So we can then move, if we agree, to the actual bill. The intention of the bill is to amend the South African Postbank Limited Act 2010 so as to amend and insert certain definitions, to amend the objects of the Act, to provide for the transfer in the shareholding from the South African Post Office, SOC Limited, to government, and the creation of a bank controlling company for, quote, the Postbank SOC Limited, close quote, in terms of the Banks Act 1990, to provide for the appointment of the Chief Executive Officer and the Chief Financial Officer, and to provide for matters connected therewith.
Agreed.
No issue on the intention? Okay, agreed.
Agreed.
Be it enacted by Parliament of the Republic of South
I agree.
The amendment of Section 1 of Act 9 of 2010 as amended by Section 1 of the Act 44 of 2013. We now start with the first section. So 1. Section 1 of the South African Postbank Limited Act 2010, after referred to as the Principal Act, is hereby amended on A, by insertion after the definition of the Banks Act of the following definition: close. Bank controlling company means the controlling company of the Postbank SOC Limited and has the meaning ascribed to it in Section 1, subsection 1 of the Banks Act. B, by the insertion after the definition of board of the following definitions. Code 1, Chief Executive Officer means the Chief Executive Officer appointed in terms of Section 18. Chief Financial Officer means the Chief Financial Officer appointed in terms of Section 18. And the Commissioner means the Commissioner as defined in Section 1 of the Companies Act. On C, by the submission for the definition of Companies Act of the following definition. The Companies Act means the Companies Act of 1973, Act number 61 of 1973, amended 2008, Act number 71 of 2008. By the substitution of the definition of company of the following definition: company means the Postbank SOC Limited, and subsection E, by the insertion of the definition of minister of the following definition: person means a juristic or natural person.
Agreed, Chairperson.
Agreed.
Chairperson, sorry.
Yes.
There was a comment from the FSCA, the Financial Sector Conduct Authority, here under definitions, that perhaps we should include a definition for financial services, which we acceded to. So I'm thinking it should be a definition that comes in after D as a new E before we define the person.
Honorable members, like we said, where there are those amendments which we agreed upon would have to be put back. I take it that there is no objection to that, as the department would have already responded to the committee on that matter. Agreed?
Agreed, Chair.
That's agreed. So no objection, we can move forward. Amendment of Section 2, the Act 9 of 2010, Section 2 of the Principal Act. It's hereby amended. A, by the substitution for the words preceding paragraph A of the following words. Quote, the object of this act is to provide for the incorporation of the Postbank division of the Post Office as a legal person, right, company and bank controlling company, with the aim of the company. B, by the substitution of paragraph B of the following paragraphs, and the new B will be rendering said transactional, financial and banking services, and lending facilities through, amongst others, existing infrastructure, infrastructure of the post office, and any other means of delivery the company may deem appropriate for its operational needs. C, by the deletion of the word and the end of paragraph E. D, by the substitution for the full stop at the end of paragraph F, which is off, and I quote end, and E by the addition after paragraph F of the following paragraph, which is now G, acting as commercial bank owned by the state to render financial and banking services to the public. Maybe before members would make comments, I'll check if there are proposed amendments that have been agreed to or dismissed. Department.
Chair, there was in B, I think a comment which said we need to include the word responsible lending facilities, which we thought was not changing the essence of the bill, so we agreed to it, Chairperson.
Okay, so that was from the right to know submission. All right, honorable members, may I then check if with that correction?
Agreed, Chair.
Great. No objection, so we move to the next. Amendment of Section 3 of Act 9 of 2010 as amended by Section 2 of 44 of 2013. Section 3 of the Principal Act is hereby amended. A, by the substitution for the subsection 1 of the following subsection. Subsection 1. The minister must take the necessary action for the formation and incorporation of public state-owned company with a share capital and for a certificate to commence business to be issued to the company. It was got in a bank controlling company in terms of the Companies Act. B, by the substitution for subsection 2 of the following subsection. Under 2 subsection A, that notwithstanding section 32 of the Companies Act, the post office will now put the government shall upon incorporation of the company and the bank controlling company. B, remove the sole member and then put in shareholder of the company, which is now the bank controlling company. B, the bank controlling company shall hold 100% in the company on behalf of government represented by the minister. C, the bank controlling company shall exercise oversight over the Postbank and ensure that the company exercises sound risk management and governance practices in accordance with the Banks Act. D, the minister shall consider and approve any other shareholding with the concurrence of the Minister of Finance and in accordance with the requirements of the Banks Act and the Companies Act. And C, by the substitution of subsection 3.
All right, how are you? All right, Khadija.
You must mute Honorable Mlalane, because I thought you were stopping to effect an amendment with concurrence of the Minister of Finance and in accordance with the requirements of the Banks Act and the Companies Act. So by the substitution of subsection 3 of the following subsections, 3 subsection 8, the name of the company.
I'm going to mute here.
Postbank SOC Limited and no other person except the company may carry on any business or be registered with that name or with the name that is similar to the Postbank. B, the name of the bank controlling company is the South African Postbank SOC Limited and no other entity other than the Postbank may carry on any business or be registered with that name or with a name that is similar to South African Postbank SOC Limited. On D, by the substitution of for subsection 4 of the following subsection, the minister must, on behalf, remove the post office, on behalf of government, sign and file. We'll remove the memorandum and articles of association, sign and file memorandum of incorporation, notice of incorporation, and all other documents necessary for the formation and incorporation of the company and the bank controlling company. On E, by substitution of subsection 5 of the following subsection. Under 5, we'll remove the register and put the commissioner must, then continue that way. Then on A, register, the memorandum of incorporation is signed and filed in terms of subsection 4, meaning the removal of memorandum and articles of association. On B, incorporate the company as remove public, put state-owned company under the name remove South African to the Postbank SOC Limited. And B, capital A, incorporate the bank controlling company as a company under the name South African Postbank SOC Limited. The C, which says with the concurrence of the minister, issue the company a certificate to commence business from that. We then get to F, by the substitution for the subsection 6 of the following subsection. 6 now, with the sole business of the bank controlling companies to act as the controlling company as defined in section 1, subsection 1 of the Banks Act. And G, by the addition after subsection 6 of the following subsection. 7, the minister must apply to register the bank controlling company in accordance with section 43 of the Banks Act. May I check first if there are amendments that have been proposed and agreed upon in that section?
Yes, Chairperson. If we may scroll up to, yeah, right here, to subsection 2D, which reads, the minister shall consider and approve any other shareholding with the concurrence of the Minister of Finance and in accordance with the requirements of the Banks Act. Then we put a comma, Companies Act and the Financial Sector Regulation Act that was proposed again by the Financial Sector Conduct Authority, which we agreed to.
With that having been agreed to and presented as a response to the committee at the time, I check if we then agree.
Agreement, Chair.
Agreed. So we move to the next section. Amendment of section 9, Act 9 of 2010 is amended by section 5, Act 44 of 2013. Number 4, section 9 of the Principal Act is hereby amended by substitution and subsection 2 for paragraph A of the following paragraph. That paragraph A, the company, the bank controlling company and the post office must, with the concurrence of the Minister and Minister of Finance, conclude an agreement which governs cooperation between the company, the bank controlling company, and the post office. May I just check again there if there is any amendment that has been proposed? Department?
None here, Chairperson.
I just check then before I move to the next section amendment. If there's agreement?
Yeah, there's agreement, Chair.
Then proceed to the next amendment. Amendment of Section 10 of Act 9 of 2010. Section 10 of the Principal Act is hereby amended. A, by the substitution for subsection 2 of the following subsection. Subsection 2, the members of the board are appointed or reappointed by the minister with the concurrence of the Minister of Finance. Then remove, and the post office will remove that. Then, and the concurrence shall be deemed to have been granted should such a response not be forthcoming within 30 days from the receipt of the request by the Minister of Finance. And B, by the addition after subsection 2 of the following subsections. Under 3, we have 3 now. The members of the board of the company are also members of the board of the bank controlling company. Then subsection 4, the board must exercise control over the company. And 5, the members of the board are appointed or reappointed by the minister in the same manner contemplated in section 12(1) and in accordance with the requirements of the Banks Act. New B, subsection 6, then the board of the bank controlling company shall be the same as the one serving on the company. May I check if there were proposed amendments which needed to be responded to?
Chairperson, yes, there was a proposed amendment here to B6, which reads the board of the bank controlling company shall be the same as the one serving on the company. The Banking Association of South Africa proposed a 50-50% split between the members from the company and the members of the control and the additional members that will constitute the board of the controlling company, chairperson, so as to make sure that there is a distinction between the two boards. I hope I'm clear there, chairperson.
And there was no
objection. We accepted that, yes.
Honorable members, with that having been said, I also get a sense if there's agreement.
Chair, I agree, except the fact that I don't see. I would have loved to see the amendment that is proposed by the bank to include some form of the role of Parliament. Remember, we are representing the people now. This is a state bank. I don't know if we don't have any role. Yes, it's only the executive, because I don't see us performing any role. I'm looking at the additional 50% that may not necessarily be executive, because it does not also explain whether the both boards will be executive. Which one is the executive board? Controlling company shall be the same. So which of the two is it's executive, if I may ask the department? Thanks.
Department, do you want to respond to that before we move forward?
Chairperson, I'm not sure if I heard the question correctly. First of all, Honorable Molala talks about the role of Parliament in the appointment of this board. The Principal Act, which we are amending, goes into detail on the process of appointing of members into the board of the Postbank SOC Limited company. And we have retained that rigorous process, but it does not involve the role of Parliament in so doing, in so appointing the members of the board. But what the Banking Association is proposing here is that rather than having the same members of the Postbank serving in the bank controlling company. We need to dilute the board of the bank controlling company with an additional 50% of independent board members in the bank controlling company, just as to ensure proper oversight over the bank. That is what is being proposed here, Chairperson. Thank you.
Honorable Mulala, I'm not sure if you would be persuaded by this point that the first instance is about ensuring that there's also proper oversight on the bank itself from the point of its board, and that the controlling company would be shared even with people who are not from the board itself, so that they don't account to themselves completely from a point of a controlling company. But on the other hand, we should also remember that with the other amendments we've dealt with, the minister will play a role as a shareholder, and that will still play our oversight on the executive than to be involved in the actual governance of the bank at this point. So I'm checking if you are persuaded.
Yeah, I'm persuaded, Chair, with the explanation, but the second part of the question was not responded to. The second part was whether both the two boards, which one is the executive board, is there members who are not in executive capacity, just for clarity's sake, because the proposal that the other 50% must be independent people. What does it mean? Does it mean both these two boards will be in executive capacity? Which one is executive? The controlling one, and this one is non-executive. So if that can be answered as well, I think I'm fine with the first explanation.
Department, do you have that detail now?
Chairperson, if I may attempt, I would invite also the CEO perhaps of the Postbank and the chairperson of the Postbank to advise if they may add anything. But our understanding is that both boards are largely populated by non-executive members. The Principal Act, which we are amending, provides that the CEO of the Postbank shall be an executive member, and I think through this amendment we are also providing for the CFO to be an executive member of the board. Those are the two members that are performing an executive role in the board. Thank you.
I take it that Honorable Mlala, you're cleared. Can we proceed? We'll then proceed.
No, Chair, I'm clear, even though Dr. Shilembe is not giving me a clear answer, but it's fine. I think let's proceed. I'm okay.
I will take it on the side. Honorable members, I take it that there's no objection. We move forward. We now look at the amendment of Section 12 of Act 9 of 2010. And the 6th, Section 12 of the Principal Act is hereby amended by this substitution in subsection 1 for paragraph section A of the following paragraph A, deleting the 7, not less than 5 and not more than 9 non-executive members appointed from among the persons nominated in terms of section 14, subsection 1A. I'm sure Honorable Mlala starting to get your responses. And B, by the deletion in subsection 1 of paragraph B, and C, by the substitution in subsection 1 for paragraph C of the following paragraph Then let's see. Instead of managing director, it will now read the chief executive officer and the chief financial officer, who are executive members of the board by virtue of office that they hold. D, by the substitution for subsection 2, by the deletion of the word and at the end, by the deletion of the word and at the end of paragraph A. E, by the substitution in subsection 2B for the full stop at the end of subparagraph Roman figure 2 of the words and the addition of the following paragraph, paragraph C, are determined to be fit and proper persons in terms of section 1, subsection 1, capital A of the Banks Act. May I check if there are amendments that have been proposed on this section?
No, Chair, we agree, but it confirms the questions I was raising. Both CFO and will be executive members by virtue of the office, which means the board will be in the executive sort of executive board, because they can't be members of the board and be the executive members of the board when there's no board that is executive.
Yeah, Honorable Mlala, like I said when we were reading on A, I said this is the beginning of reinforcement of the answer to your question, clarifying what would be non-executive, and then on C, clarifying what would be called the executive, right? So, like I said, you can take this discussion up still outside so that we are clarified further, even in the next meeting. But this is the section. May I just check if from the department side, if there was any amendment on the submissions which you had to respond to?
I'm here, Chair. Thanks.
Chair, there was no comment on this section. Thank you.
Okay, can move to the next section. Amendment of section 14 of Act 9 of 2010 is amended by section 7 of the Act 44 of 2013. Number 7, section 14 of the Principal Act is hereby amended. A, by deletion of subsection 1B. B, by the substitution in subsection 5 for paragraph B of the following paragraph. That B would be if a suitable person or the required number of suitable persons are not nominated as contemplated in subsection 1B or 4, the minister may, with the concurrence of the Minister of Finance, delete and the post office, identify and appoint the required number of further members. And C, by the substitution in subsection 6 for the paragraph A of the following paragraph. A, the minister must within 30 days remove that consensus after concurrence has been reached with the Minister of Finance, delete and the post office regarding the appointment of members as contemplated in section 10 subsection 2. D, by the deletion of subsection 6 A Roman figure 1, and E, by the substitution in subsection 8 for paragraph A of the following paragraph. Then I got A, any vacancy occurring in the board must be filled in the same way as the departing members were or was appointed, as the departing member was appointed to the board. So insert there. Then insertion of section 15A in Act 9 of 2010. So maybe if I can just check, it seems I'm moving very fast. If I can check the amendment of section 14, if there's any issue raised there.
Chair, I'm trying to locate where the comment by right to know was raised, but their comment had to do with the role of the minister as the appointing authority of the board members with the concurrence of the Minister of Finance. One, they were proposing a selection committee, which we advised there already is a nomination committee in the Principal Act. We then maintained the position of the role of the minister and the Minister of Finance in appointing the board.
I still do not think that's weight is because that matter would have been clarified. I think the matter, as far as I can recall, would have been on the part that talks to the CEO appointment and concurrence of the minister in that regard.
I think they raised both the issues, Chairperson.
Yes, but what I'm saying is that there was a response in that regard, in that that selection committee also acts as an appointment committee, which is in the Principal Act, not really in the actual amendment. So I'm just saying there was a response as far as I'm concerned. It's unless there's a new proposal that the department would have looked at in mitigating the matter.
No, correct, Chairperson. The issue was responded to. Thank you.
Yeah. May I then check, members, if we agree to that section and then move to the next?
Agreed, Chair.
Then we look at the insertion of section 15A in Act 9 of 2010, under 8. The following section is hereby inserted in the Principal Act after section 15, which is the functioning of the bank controlling company, 15 capital letter A1, subsection 1. The bank controlling company will be the controlling company for the company. The bank controlling company shall itself not conduct any operating activities of its own other than ownership of the company. The bank controlling company will hold 100% shares of the company. 4, the bank controlling company shall exercise additional oversight over the bank, ensuring that the bank operating company exercises sound risk management and governance practices in accordance with the South African Reserve Bank requirements as provided for in the Banks Act. Any matter raised there?
There was no comment here, Chairperson.
Honorable members, can I take it as agreed? We'll move to the next. I want to hear you. Honorable members, please speak up so that we move. Because I also want to hear if you are objecting to any matter or you want clarity on. So if it's agreed, at least let's get that it's agreed and we'll move. Amendment of section 18 of Act 9 of 2010 is amended by section 9 of Act 44 of 2013. Under 9, section 18 of the Principal Act is hereby amended. A, by the substitution for the heading of the following heading. Appointment of managing director, and we now have appointment of the chief executive officer and chief financial officer. B, by the substitution in subsection 1 of the following subsection. Subsection 1A, the board must, with the approval of the minister, appoint a chief executive officer who, utility must perform work incidental to who shall have the overall responsibility for implementation of the board strategy for the company and and management of the day-to-day affairs of the company and any other functions as delegated by the board from time to time. The board with the board with the concurrence of the minister shall appoint the chief financial officer who shall assist the chief executive officer and the board with discharging their responsibilities over the financial affairs of the company and any other functions as may be delegated from time to time. C, the chief executive officer and the chief financial officer shall be appointed for a term not exceeding 5 years, which appointment may, with the approval of the minister, be renewed for another term based on performance. C, by the substitution for subsection 2 of the following subsection 2, the board must invite applications for the posts of chief executive officer and chief financial officer by publishing the board with the concurrence of the minister, and this may include as a headhunting process in accordance with the relevant prescripts. And D, by the substitution in subsection 3 for the words preceding paragraph A of the following words. Quote, a person appointed as chief executive officer or chief financial officer and to delete the managing director. So those are the amendments. That's the section I was referring to, DCDT.
That is correct, Chairperson. This is the section relating to the appointment of the executives of the Postbank. And indeed, the right to know was suggesting that perhaps the role of the minister should be limited here, and this must be the function of the board only. We explained, though, that in the main, it will be the board that does the processing and the interviewing of the candidates, and only the minister as the shareholder will then give the concurrence to the recommendation of the board. Thank you.
May I then check, honorable members, agreed to that explanation that necessarily the minister is not involved, the concurrences on the basis that she's the appointing authority from the executive side. Is that agreed?
Agreed, Chair.
Amendment of section 19 of the Act and of 2010. Section 19 of the Appointment of the Principal Act is hereby amended. A, by the substitution for the heading for the following heading. 1. Conditions of appointment of managing director, which is deleted to be the chief executive officer and chief financial officer. B, by the substitution in subsection 1, paragraph A of the following paragraph, the appointment of the chief executive officer and chief financial officer is subject to the conclusion of a performance contract entered into between the board and the chief executive officer and the board and the chief financial officer respectively. C, by the substitution for subsection 2 of the following subsections. The chief executive officer and the chief financial officer hold office in the terms and conditions determined by the board with the concurrence. D, by the substitution for subsection 3 of the following subsection. 3, the Chief Executive Officer and Chief Financial Officer are entitled to a remuneration package determined by the board with the concurrence of the Minister and the Minister of Finance, and the concurrence shall be deemed to have been granted should such a response not be forthcoming with 30 days from the receipt of the request by the Minister of Finance. E, by the substitution for subsection 4 of the following subsection. Section 4, the Chief Executive Officer and Chief Financial Officer are accountable to the board. And F, by the addition after subsection 4 of the following. Subsection 4, the Chief Executive Officer and Chief Financial Officer are accountable to the board. And F, by the addition after subsection 4 of the following subsection. 5, the board may in writing appoint any senior employee of the company to act as a Chief Executive Officer or Chief Financial Officer where the holder of that office, A, is temporarily unable to perform the duties connected with that office, B, has been suspended from office, or C, has vacated or has been removed from that office, and a new Chief Executive Officer or Chief Financial Officer, as the case may be, has not yet been appointed. 6, in the case of vacancy contemplated in subsection 5, the board must fill the vacancy within a reasonable period of time, which may not exceed 120 days. 7, an acting Chief Executive Officer or acting Chief Financial Officer may exercise all the powers and must perform all the duties of the Chief Executive Officer or Chief Financial Officer for a period not exceeding 120 days, or as determined by the board with the concurrence of the minister. 8, executives of Postbank are required to undergo a fit and proper assessment exercise to determine whether they have the requisite skills, B, knowledge and expertise to occupy those positions critical for the bank in terms of section 13, subsection 2, F capital letter A, and paragraph G of the Banks Act. Were there proposals on this section, Department?
There were no proposals, Chairperson, on this section.
So given that there were no proposals, honorable members, may I get a sense if there's agreement so that we move to the next? What is the next section? Can we move to the next section, honorable members on the platform?
Agreed, Chair.
If we can move quick where there's agreement, it will help. Can we then move to the amendment of section 20 of Act 9 of 2010? Under 11, section 20 of the Principal Act is hereby amended, A, by the substitution in subsection 1 for paragraph B of the following paragraph. Paragraph B, such persons as the Chief Executive Officer may, with the concurrence of the board, appoint, and B, by the substitution of the section 2 of the following subsection 2, the board must determine the structure or organogram of the company and the conditions of service, remuneration, and service benefits of the personnel of the company after consultation with the Chief Executive Officer and with the concurrence of the Minister and the Minister of Finance. Was there any proposal there?
There was no proposal here, Chairperson.
No proposal, honorable members? Can I take it as agreed?
Agreed, Chair.
Okay. We now move to the next section. Insertion of section 20, capital letter A, in Act 9 of 2010, the 12th amendment. The following section is hereby inserted in the Principal Act after section 20. Bank controlling companies, organizational structure, 20 capital letter A, subsection 1. The operation of the bank controlling company will consist primarily of compliance, risk management, and governance functions. Subsection 2, the board shall remain ultimately responsible for ensuring that its approved strategy is implemented and that the group's purpose is fulfilled. 3, the board also accepts its responsibility to ensure that risks are adequately identified, measured, managed, and monitored, and that good governance is maintained. Subsection 4, subsection A. Subsection 4, paragraph A, the board will be supported by the company secretary, who shall provide governance support as well. B, the secretariat resource shall be shared with the company. Subsection 5, the board shall discharge its duties through policies and frameworks supported by the board committees established in terms of the Companies Act, the Banks Act, and the Public Finance Management Act. Were there amendments proposed?
No amendments proposed here, Chairperson.
Can I get indication from members if this is agreed to?
Agreed.
We now move to the next one, amendment of section 22, Act 9, 2010, 13 amendment. The section 22 of the Principal Act is hereby amended A, by the substitution for the heading of the following heading. Called funds of company and bank controlling company. B, by the substitution for the words preceding paragraph A of the following words. The funds of the company and the bank controlling company consists of and continues. And C, by the substitution for paragraph A of the following paragraph A, capital vested in the company and the bank controlling company by virtue of section 7. Were there amendments proposed for this section?
No amendments proposed here, Chairperson.
Can I get indication, members? Agreed?
Agreed, Chair.
Agreed. Then move to the next section. Amendment of section 23 of Act 9 of 2010, 14th Amendment. Following section is hereby substituted for section 23 of the Principal Act. I quote, inspection of financial accounts and documents of company and the bank controlling company. 23, the minister or any officer in the public service authorized by the minister in writing has full access to all the financial accounts and documents of the company and of the bank controlling company. And the board must at all times furnish to the minister or to such officer, as the case may be, all such information as may reasonably be required. Was there any proposal on this section?
No proposal, Chairperson.
Section states, can I get a sense from members?
Agreed, Chairperson.
Agreed.
Agreed. We now move to the next amendment 15, which is the amendment of section 24 of Act 9 of 2010. The following section is hereby substituted for section 24 of the Principal Act, which is under application of Public Finance Management Act 24, says the company and the bank controlling company are subject to the Public Finance Management Act. Any proposal that was received on this?
No proposal, Chairperson.
Can I get indication from members if it's agreed to?
Agreed, Chair.
Agreed to. Can I then move to the amendment of Section 28 of Act 9 of 2010, Amendment 16? Section 28 of the Principal Act is hereby amended. A, by the substitution for the heading of the following heading, delete certain, then exemption from certain provision of Companies Act, therefore it may be declared implicable. And then we move to B, by the substitution for subsection 1 of the following subsection, subsection 1, paragraph A, the minister, with the concurrence of the Minister of Finance, may, in terms of section 9 of the Companies Act, request the Minister of Trade, Trade, Industry and Competition to delete grant, declare any provision, to read, to grant a total, partial, or conditional exemption from one or more provisions of the Companies Act applicable to the company or the bank controlling company. B, the request must be fully motivated by the company or the bank controlling company, as the case may be. C, by the substitution for subsection 2 of the following subsection, subsection 2, paragraph A, the commissioner must publish particulars about the request and the motivation contemplated in subsection 1 by notice in the Gazette. B, in the notice contemplated in paragraph A, the commissioner must invite interested persons to submit representations to a person named in the notice within a period stipulated in that notice. And D, by the substitution in subsection 3 for paragraph B of the following paragraph, paragraph B, before granting an exemption in terms of section 9 of the Companies Act, and in addition to the provisions of that section, the Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition must consider the representations contemplated in subsection 2 and be satisfied on reasonable grounds that the request for exemption for the company or the bank controlling company from figure 1 will contribute to the company's or bank controlling company's efficiency. Figure 2 will not reduce or limit the company's or bank controlling company's accountability as a public entity or reduce the transparency of its functioning and operations. Figure 3 will not be prejudicial to the rights, interest, or claims of the company's creditors or employees, or the rights or interests of any other person. Figure 4 will not reduce or limit the company's or bank controlling company's functioning or accountability as a bank or bank controlling company. And figure 5 will not affect the effective regulation and supervision of the company and the bank controlling company in terms of the Banks Act. May I check if there were submissions on this section?
No submissions, Chairperson.
No submissions. Can I get indication, members, in terms of agreement?
Agreed, Chair.
Agreed, Chair.
We now move to an amendment from title of Act 9 of 2010, which is Amendment 17. The following long title is hereby substituted for the long title of the Principal Act, which is to provide for the incorporation of the Postbank division of the South African Post Office, to provide for the transfer of the enterprise of that division to the Postbank company, to provide for the governance and functions of the Postbank company, to provide for the transfer in shareholding from the South African Post Office to government through the creation of a bank controlling company for the Postbank SOC Limited in terms of the Banks Act 1990 and to provide for matters connected therewith. Is there any matter that has been raised there?
No matter was raised here, Chairperson.
Pretty straightforward. Can I get indication, honorable members? Okay, then we can then move to amendment number 18, which is amendment of arrangements of sections in section 9 of 2010-18. The arrangement of sections after the long title of the Principal Act is hereby amended. A, by the insertion after the expression of 15 resignation, removal from office, and vacating the office of the following 15 capital letter A, functions of the bank controlling company, and bracket B, by the substitution of the expression, which would be 18, appointment of managing director of the following, 18, appointment of chief executive officer and chief financial officer. C, by the substitution of the expression 19, conditions of appointment of managing director of the following, under 19, conditions of appointment of chief executive officer and chief financial officer. Under D, by the insertion after the expression, it is under 20, personnel of company of the following, under 20, capital letter A, bank controlling companies organizational structure. Paragraph E, by the substitution for the expression under 22, funds of company of the following, so the 22 funds of company and bank controlling company. And paragraph F, by the substitution for the expression under 28, which is certain provisions of Companies Act may be declared inapplicable to company, which is now changed of the following, under that section 28, will be the exemption from certain provisions of the Company Act. Are there matters that have been raised under that 18th amendment?
No matter was raised here, Chairperson.
Okay, with that, honorable members, can I get a sense of agreement? As we move
Agreed, Chair.
We now move to the 19th amendment. The substitution of short title of Act 9 of 2010. The short title is hereby substituted for the short title of the Principal Act, and that would be short title and commencement. 32. This act is called the South African Postbank SOC Limited Act 2010 and takes effect on a date determined by the President in the Gazette. Any submissions on that?
No submission here,
There were no submissions. Can I get an understanding from members in terms of agreement?
Agreed, Chair.
Agreed.
Agreed, Chairperson.
We then move to the next amendment, which is short title and commencement. Under 20, this act is called the South African Postbank Limited Amendment Act of 2022 and comes into operation on a date fixed by the President, published in the government, in the Gazette. So let me read it again, so that when you move up and down the document side, you see. The short title and commencement, like I said, 20, this act is called the South African Postbank Limited Amendment Act 22 and comes into operation on a date fixed by the President, published in the Gazette. No submissions there?
There was no submission here, Chair.
Okay. So those were in the main, the amendments. We now move to the memorandum on the objects of the South African Postbank Limited Amendment Bill of 2022. And probably this is the side I'm gonna ask, having dealt with the actual amendments, whether we are getting back to this point from a point of agreement. Can we get a legal to just explain this part of the bill?
Chairperson, I'm going to ask the State Law Advisor to just deal with the memorandum of objects on the bill, if I may. But essentially, what it is, it sets out what the bill seeks to achieve. It also speaks to who all have been consulted in the preparation of this bill. And it just goes on.
I'm not sure if it's me, don't hear.
My apologies, Chairperson. My apologies. I've been, sorry, yes, I was muted. Thank you, my apologies. So the memorandum of on the objects of the bill literally is a summary, and it speaks to what the what necessitated the need for this bill. It also sets out the objectives that the bill seeks to achieve. And just in terms of the objectives from the public submissions and from the presentations from the department, you know, the committee and the members will know what we are trying to achieve here. We want to create a sustainable bank. And then also what the object says, it basically talks to who has been consulted in this entire process. So from the very beginning, who was consulted, all the stakeholders that were involved in preparation. Sorry, Chairperson, am I audible?
Yeah, audible now.
And basically it just summarizes clause by clause what each clause deals with. So essentially what we've done this morning, Chairperson, it says that there are no financial implications for the state. It talks about the people that were consulted, and then literally who the department and the State Law Advisor consulted in the preparation of this bill. Thank you, Chairperson. If the State Law Advisor wants to add, she's welcome to do so.
I give to the State Law Advisor if you want to comment.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'm covered by the Parliamentary Legal Advisor. It is exactly as she said, it's just a summary of the bill. And should we perhaps adopt some of the amendments that have been proposed, it might be necessary also to just go through the memo to make sure that the clauses are still reflected correctly and the contents of the clauses are still reflected correctly in the memo, since it is a summary of the bill. So if we do an A list and we do a B bill in the end, this memo must then be aligned to the B bill. Thank you, Chair. That's all from myself.
No, thank you. Honorable members, I hope you understand why I wanted to take a pause on this part. It's because there are these amendments that we've spoken to. We still have to get an A list. I had thought that what then gets to be important is an agreement on amendments that would have been made in the actual bill, and that this could then be revised to reflect as such. Secondly, was because we are in any way going to have to adopt a report of the committee which must reflect all that and how those amendments are effected in the actual bill, so that the reading thereof takes into account those as they were orally read by the department. So the intention was not really to keep us longer than we have, understanding that we had to ask for exemption from the House to complete the task we had started. I hope it's understood, honorable members. Now, therefore, I just want to check whether indeed we will really need to go through the actual summary, which is really made by yourselves, having gone through the actual bill before us. So if you can just clarify that point, because I want us to wrap up on the item. Legal.
Chairperson. So ordinarily it is, we do run through it very quickly. And if you would like me to do so
Yes.
for you, I'd be more than happy to do so.
Please do.
Memorandum on the objects and of the South African Postbank Limited Amendment Bill 2022. Background. The South African Postbank Limited Act 2010, Act 9 of 2010. The Act provides for the incorporation of the Postbank division of the South African Post Office, SAPO, as a separate legal entity, the transfer of the enterprise of that division to the Postbank Company, the governance and the functions of the Postbank Company, and matters connected therewith. The Postbank Company was accordingly incorporated and registered with the Companies and Intellectual Property Commission on the 19th of April 2017 as the South African Postbank SOC Limited. The incorporation of the Postbank Company as a separate legal entity has been critical to enable the actual application to the South African Reserve Bank, SARB, for a full banking license in terms of the Banks Act. This enabled the actual lodgement of the actual banking license application. 1.2. The actual banking license application is being adjudicated by the SARB. From the onset, the banking license application process has been prolonged in nature with rigorous and stringent outlined administrative compliance and regulatory requirements from the SARB that had to be complied with throughout. All the SARB requirements have been complied with, and there have been two main challenges to the completion of the banking license process. The two main challenges are: one, the previous legislative conflict, which prevented state-owned entities from being eligible to apply for registration with the SARB as either banks or bank controlling companies, BCC, and two, the SAPO group not meeting the BCC structure requirements. 1.3, the first challenge has been addressed through the amendment to the Banks Act 1990, Act 94 of 1990, Banks Act, as contained in the Financial Matters Amendment Act 2019, Act number 18 of 2019. The Banks Act is currently applicable to national state-owned companies as well. The only remaining challenge relates to the BCC structure, which is being addressed through the current proposed amendments to the Act. 1.4, Section 43(1) of the Banks Act provides for a public company that intends to exercise control over any bank and reads as follows. Application for registration as controlling company. 43(1), subject to Section 42, a public company A that intends to exercise control over any bank, or B, which is a holding company as defined in Section 1 of the Companies Act, in respect of any other public company which has applied in terms of Section 16 for a registration as a bank, shall apply to the authority on the form prescribed or registration as a controlling company in respect of that bank or proposed bank, as the case may be. 2, an application referred to in subsection 1 shall be accompanied by such information and documents as may be prescribed. 3, a public company applying in terms of subsection 1 for registration as a controlling company shall submit such additional particulars in connection with its application as the authority may require. 1.5. The BCC is accordingly required to be registered in terms of section 43(1) of the Banks Act to exercise control over the Postbank. The BCC is required as a shareholder of reference for capital adequacy and in terms of compliance, a share and submission of statutory monthly returns as stipulated in the Banks Act regulations and circulars. The implication is that the BCC will step in to recapitalize and support its subsidiary bank if it runs into financial difficulties. One of the key requirements is that the BCC must be in a financially sound position in terms of section 44(2)(e) of the Banks Act. My apologies. Excuse me. 1.6. However, clause 3B of the bill states that upon the incorporation of the Postbank company, SAPO shall be the sole member and shareholder of the company. This implies that SAPO needed to be registered as a BCC for Postbank. The current challenge with SAPO is that although its operation stabilized after the prolonged crippling strike of 2014, the entity is not yet profitable. It is therefore currently not in a financially sound position to meet the requirements for registration as a BCC. There are therefore risks that in its current form, very high capital adequacy requirements would be required if SAPO were to be a direct shareholder of the Postbank. Both the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies Department and National Treasury, in consultation with the SAPO and the SAB, held numerous engagements to mitigate and find an optimal alternative structure that will comply with the requirements of the Banks Act. The alternative BCC structure proposed by the National Treasury was eventually agreed upon by the two respective ministers, wherein the Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies will now become the sole owner and shareholder of Postbank and its BCC. The ownership of Postbank is removed completely from SAPO. This is to mitigate against the above-mentioned risks associated with the structure envisaged in the Postbank Act, which makes SAPO the sole owner and the shareholder of the Postbank. The option selected was the most viable and cost-effective to mitigate against the risk that government would be obliged to provide ongoing support to SAPO in order to maintain the structure of SAPO, of the SAPO group, and as a result of the ownership of Postbank. SAPO's non-banking services corroborated by the financial position poses a threat to the safeguarding of depositors' funds. The separation will enable direct focus on both entities, SAPO and Postbank, in terms of the exact CapEx requirements for each without distorted by non-core businesses. It is all worth noting that in terms of the bill, there is nothing preventing SAPO from being reconsidered for shareholding or part thereof in future, should the financial situation change to the point of meeting the requirements of the Banks Act. The implementation of the agreed alternative BCC structure resulted in the department proposing amendments to the Act in the bill. The proposed amendments were necessary to meet Section 43 requirements of the Banks Act, which would require that the Postbank BCC will have to be incorporated in terms of the Companies Act 2008, Act number 71 of 2008, the Companies Act, for it to apply as a national state-owned entity that will exercise control over the bank in terms of the Banks Act. The submission of the Section 43 application to SARB is the final step in the Postbank's banking license for it to be considered having complied fully with the requirements stipulated in the Banks Act. Objects of the bill. The objects of the bill are to amend the Act so as to substitute and insert certain definitions to adjust the establishment and shareholding arrangements for the Postbank through the creation of a new banking controlling company, BCC, to facilitate its establishment and registration as the BCC in terms of the Banks Act, and to provide for matters connected therewith. Summary of the bill. Clause 1 seeks to amend Section 1 of the Act. It provides that definitions contained in the bill are amended or inserted for better understanding and interpretation relating to additional clauses. Clause 2 seeks to amend Section 2 of the Act. This provides for the amendment of Section 2 by removing the words legal person and replace it with company and bank controlling company, and by deleting transactional and replacing it with banking and financial services. This is to ensure better use of the language and interpretation of the Act. Clause 2 also seeks to amend 2B of the Act, after the words post office, to insert the words any other means of delivery the company may deem appropriate for its operational needs. This amendment seeks to give the Postbank operational flexibility in terms of the means of delivery of services and to avoid solely depending on the SAPO infrastructure. Postbank shall also be able to take advantage of the fintech opportunities. Clause 2 further provides for the amendment of Section 2 of the Act by the addition of paragraph G, which provides a further object of the Act for the Postbank division of the Post Office to act as the delivery arm of government to effectively deliver financial and payment services to citizens. This amendment seeks to expand on the objectives of the Postbank. The insertion of a new paragraph G in Section 2 of the Act seeks to distinguish the Postbank from normal banks, as the Postbank shall be a state-owned commercial bank conducting the business of a bank as defined in the Banks Act. This shall ensure that the Postbank shall act as the delivery arm of government to effectively deliver financial and payment services to citizens. Clause 3. Clause 3 provides for the amendment of Section 3 of the Act to ensure the establishment of the BCC in terms of the Banks Act. Clause 3 further provides for the amendment of Section 3 of the Act to allow the Minister to consider and approve any shareholding with the concurrence with the Minister of Finance and in line with the requirements of the Banks Act and the Companies Act. Clause 3 further provides for the name of the BCC as the South African Postbank SAC Limited, and that no other person other than the Postbank may carry on business or be registered with that name. Clause 3 further provides for the amendment of Section 3 of the Act to provide that the BCC will hold 100% shares in the company on behalf of government representing the Minister, and that the BCC will exercise oversight over the Postbank and ensures that the company exercises sound risk management and governance practices in line with the Banks Act and its regulations. It also provides for the Minister to apply to register the BCC in accordance with Section 43 of the Banks Act. Excuse me. Clause 4. Clause 4 provides for the amendment of Section 9 of the Act by the insertion of paragraph G in subsection 1 to provide that the company may use any infrastructure to render its services where the post office is not available or does not cater for its operational needs. Clause 4 further provides for the substitution of Section 9(2)(a) of the Act to provide that the company, the BCC, and the Post Office must, with the concurrence of the Minister, conclude an agreement which governs cooperation between the company, the BCC, and the Post Office. Clause 5. Clause 5 provides for the amendment of Section 10 of the Act to provide that the Minister appoints or reappoints the members of the board with the concurrence of the Minister of Finance. The concurrence of the Minister of Finance shall be deemed to have been granted should a response not be forthcoming within 30 days from receipt of the request. Section 10 of the Act is also amended to provide that the members of the board of the company are also members of the board of the BCC, and for the members of the bank controlling board to be appointed or reappointed by the Minister in the same manner prescribed in Section 12(1) of the Act and in accordance with the requirements of the Banks Act. Clause 6. Clause 6 provides for the amendment of Section 12 of the Act, which provides for the composition of the board. This amendment seeks to ensure that when members of the board are appointed, they are fit and proper persons in terms of the Banks Act. Clause 6 further provides for the amendment of Section 12(1)(c) by by replacing the words managing director with the words chief executive officer and the chief financial officer, who are the executive members of the board by virtue of office that they hold. Clause 7. Clause 7 provides for the amendment of section 14 of the Act to delete reference to the post office, as it will no longer be the controlling company of the Postbank. Clause 8. Clause 8 provides for the insertion of section 15A into the Act to provide for the functions of the BCC. In terms of this clause, the BCC will be the controlling company of the Postbank. The provision further provides for the BCC to exercise additional oversight over the Postbank and to ensure that the bank operating company exercises sound risk management and governance practices in line with SARB requirements of the Banks Act and its regulations. Clause 9. Clause 9 provides for the amendment of section 18 of the Act to provide for the substitution of the words managing director with the words chief executive officer and chief financial officer, respectively. Section 18 of the Act is further amended to provide for the appointment in terms of office of the acting chief executive officer and the chief financial officer by the board. Clause 10. Clause 10 provides for the amendment of section 19 of the Act to provide for the substitution of the words managing director with the words chief executive officer and chief financial officer in the heading of the section and in the subsections of section 19 of the Act. This is to ensure that the conditions of employment for the chief executive officer and the chief financial officer are also catered for. Section 19 is further amended to ensure that the process in the appointment of the chief financial officer, the requirement to conclude performance agreements with the board, and determination of the chief financial officer's remuneration by the board with the concurrence of the minister. Clause 11 provides for the amendment of section 20 of the Act and to provide for the substitution of managing director with chief executive officer to ensure consistency. The section is amended to further provide for the appointment of the acting chief executive officer and the chief financial officer of the board. Clause 12. Clause 12 provides for the insertion of section 20A into the Act to provide for the organizational structure and the operations of the BCC, which shall consist primarily of compliance, risk management, and governance functions. This section also provides for the board to remain responsible for ensuring that its approved strategy is implemented and that the group's purpose is fulfilled. The board shall also accept responsibility to ensure that risks are adequately identified, measured, managed, and monitored, and that good governance is maintained, and that the board shall discharge its duty through policies and frameworks supported by board committees. This section further provides for board committees to be established in line with the Companies Act, the Banks Act, and the Public Finance Management Act. Clause 13. Clause 13 provides for the amendment of section 22 of the Act to include the BCC and also provide funds of the BCC in section 22 of the Act. Clause 14. Clause 14 provides for the amendment of section 23 of the Act to insert that the BCC shall also furnish to the minister or to such officer as the case may be, all such information as may be reasonably required. Clause 15. Clause 15 provides for the amendment of section 24 of the Act to ensure that the BCC is also subject to the Public Finance Management Act. Clause 16 provides for the amendment of section 28 of the Act to allow for the minister to request the Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition exemption from certain provisions of the Companies Act applicable to the company or the BCC for purposes of ensuring incorporation of the two companies and conditions under which exemptions to the company and the controlling company can be granted. Clause 17. Clause 17 provides for the amendment to the long title of the Act to include establishment and shareholding arrangements for the South African Postbank SOC Limited through the creation of a BCC in terms of the Banks Act. Clause 18 provides for amendments to the arrangements of sections in the Act. Clause 19 provides for the amendment of the short title of the Act to include reference to the abbreviation SOC as required in terms of the Companies Act. Clause 20 provides for the short title and commencement of the South African Postbank Limited Act 22 2022, my apologies, departments, bodies, persons consulted. The following stakeholders were consulted: Postbank, South African Post Office, SAPO, and National Treasury. Financial implications for the state. It is vital to take cognizance of the fact that the Postbank is not being established from scratch as a bank, but it has been an existing division with SAPO from the onset and was later incorporated as a 100% subsidiary of SAPO. Postbank has been relying on SAPO as the parent company to provide services. As a parent company, SAPO has been responsible for its establishment. The complete removal from SAPO, which is required to give effect to the BCC structure in line with the banking license application requirements, have direct financial implications for SAPO. This is given that, apart from the implied decline in the net asset value of the parent SAPO brought by the separation of the Postbank subsidiary from the SAPO group, there is implied restructuring of the SAPO business. Some proper due diligence would have to be done to compensate SAPO on the goodwill owed to them over the Postbank establishment in the form of recapitalization. This is critical to cater for the cost of the restructuring, unbundling of SAPO, given the imminent separation or unbundling of Postbank from the group. The department has been working with National Treasury to find a workable solution. National Treasury have submitted that they have considered the fiscal risks that the different BCC structure options presented. As such, Treasury asserted that the costing of the restructuring of SAPO will need to be fed into the budget process, considering the impact of the unbundling on the solvency of SAPO. In view of this, the request for financial support to mitigate against the financial impact of the Postbank separation is being facilitated through the MTF funding request processes. Parliamentary procedure. The department and the state law advisors are of the opinion that this bill must be dealt with in accordance with the procedure established by Section 75 of the Constitution, since it contains no provision to which the procedure set out in Sections 74-76 of the Constitution applies. The Constitution prescribes that the classification of bills, therefore a bill must be correctly classified, otherwise it will be constitutionally out of order. We have considered the bill against the provision of the Constitution relating to the tagging of bills and against the functional areas listed in Schedule 4, functional areas of concurrent and national provisional competence, and Schedule 5, functional areas of exclusive provincial legislative competence to the Constitution. For the purposes of tagging, the Constitutional Court case Tongwani and others versus Minister of Agriculture and Land Affairs confirmed the substantial measure test in the ex parte President of the Republic of South Africa in re constitutionality of the Liquor Bill. The test entails that any bill whose provisions in substantial measure falls within a specific schedule must be classified in terms of that schedule. In terms of Section 76(3) of the Constitution, the bill must be dealt with in accordance with the procedure established by either subsection 1 or 2 if it falls within a functional area listed in Schedule 4 to the Constitution. The issue to be determined is whether the clauses as contained in the bill in a substantial measure fall within the functional area listed in Schedule 4 to the Constitution. The bill mainly seeks to amend the Act to substitute and insert certain definitions to adjust the establishment and the shareholding arrangements for the South African Postbank SAC Limited through the creation of a BCC, and to provide for the establishment and registration of the BCC in terms of the Banks Act, and to provide for matters connected therewith. The proposed amendments have been examined to establish whether, in substantial measure, they fall within any of the functional areas listed in Schedule 4 to the Constitution. In our view, the subject matter of the bill, which is the establishment of the BCC, does not, in substantial measure, fall within any functional areas listed in Schedules 4 or 5 to the Constitution, and it does not affect provinces, whereby the procedure set out in 76 of the Constitution would be applicable. We are of the opinion that since this bill is an ordinary bill not affecting provinces, and that it must be dealt with in accordance with the procedure set out in Section 75 of the Constitution. referral to the National House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders, the state law advisors are of the opinion that it is not necessary to refer the latest bill to the National House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders in terms of Section 39(1)(a) of the Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act 2019, Act 3 of 2019, since it does not contain provisions pertaining to traditional Khoisan communities or pertaining to customary law or customs of a traditional or Khoisan communities, or pertaining to any matter referred to in Section 154(2) of the Constitution. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you to the legal advisor.
Thank you, Chair.
Going through that memorandum, I take it that we're still in agreement that memo would still have to be aligned with the amendments that would have been made. But of course, also take into account the public participation process we've ran from the Parliament side of things, where we had submissions from different stakeholders other than the stakeholders identified in the initial engagement by yourselves. I take it that there's agreement in that. Honorable members, I take it that there's agreement so that we move from this item and just conclude probably by posing that question that I posed earlier, just for purpose of record. Now I'm giving timeline just to check with the state law advisor and the legal advisors whether this alignment could be completed by the time we meet the evening on Thursday this week. Of course, the A list that you referred to, the readiness to have that by Thursday evening, when we consider the other report we need to adopt as a committee. I just want to check on that so that we step off the item. Honorable Klago, you wanted to come in first?
Yes, Chair, before I'm affected again with load shedding, different stages are affecting me. I think your question is straightforward to the state law advisors to ask if they will be ready by Thursday. I think we are still in the right order, Chair. It's just a straight question that they must respond to so that we are ready as the committee and have a proper planning in our processing of this of these amendments. So I second your proposal to ask them. They must just answer so that we are able to finalize the item, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Klago. Can we get the responses? As I said, I want us to get off the item.
Chairperson, if I may.
Yes, please.
So it's Parliamentary Legal Advisor speaking. So the State Law Advisor proposed that I put together an A list and give it to them. My difficulty with that is obviously my capacity. I'm in another committee meeting tomorrow, which I also need to prepare for. So I can say to you that I will try my level best to get them a list by close of business tomorrow, if that's possible, and then they would need to look at it, and the department, of course, would have to also, if they want to give their input. So the timeline is quite tight, Chairperson, but as I said, I have other committee meeting obligations as well. So I will try my level best to get it to them by close of business tomorrow.
Thanks, Ms. Kanjan. Can we get a sense from the state law advisors? Because the meeting is planned to be in the evening on Thursday. We also are mindful of the fact that Parliament would be rising the following week, hence those two items still be coming for adoption by the committee. Advocate Vanessa.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, indeed, we realize the tight timelines, and there aren't many amendments. So that's why I actually proposed to the parliamentary legal advisor that she prepares the A list. As you know, the bill is in Parliament, so the A list is usually done from Parliament side, but it is an effort that all of us must do together. So we need responses from both ourselves and the department, obviously. I also, some of the amendments that were proposed, specifically, we would need the department's inputs on, but we will deal with this amongst ourselves via emails, and we will see to it that the committee has the A list then by Thursday. Since the meeting is also in the evening, it makes it easier for us because it means we'll have Thursday the whole of the day also to still attend to the A list before delivering to the committee. So we will certainly see to it that it's finalized by then. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The commitment is much appreciated from both the Parliament Legal and the State Law Advisor as represented in this meeting. That takes care then of the item. So we'll prepare for the Thursday evening. And I understand that members were pressed to finally get to the House, even though we've been given extension of time to just complete the business of the day. I must thank you, members, for allowing that your decision gets carried through, that the convening of the meeting for today was about the business as presented this morning, that we needed to complete that business. I would then, without a waste of time, just deal with the remaining item. I know it relates to the minutes, but I had promised members and South Africans that we'll do a brief update on the SAPC. We have applied already to the House Chairperson, and we have an approval. Firstly, to have the subcommittee that will deliberate on the names for recommendation at 8 o'clock on Thursday. That's 8 until 10, because from 10 o'clock, party caucuses are sitting. We'll then take a break and go to caucuses whilst the committee support prepares the report to be adopted by the committee as a subcommittee report to the committee. We have applied for 18 hours to start that and be able to complete. The only addition which I have raised in the morning as we're talking to agenda, that we would then make an application immediately with this commitment that has been received as it relates to the bill itself, that we include that as part of the agenda for adoption of those, including, as I said, the report that shows the process that the committee itself has followed, which includes the public participation and who would have made submissions in that regard, so that post that meeting, we can be able to make our own submissions to the House, and that matters can then be processed from that side, looking at the tight program of Parliament. So that's where we are, honorable members. As we communicate on behalf of the committee, we'll still be making it a point that this is made public as part of ensuring stakeholders, South Africans, are still able to follow the proceedings as would be completing the last mile of the committee on the SAPC board appointment process and handing it back to the House, and from the House to the President in that regard. So we'll deal with details in the meeting. As you would be aware, we have been waiting for people to be vetted. We have received names. We have also received those that may have withdrawn from the process whilst the vetting was continuing. We'll place those on record in that regard. So that's what I thought I should be able to indicate, honorable members, that we're proceeding. We do have the approval outside of our slot, which is Thursday, but would not disrupt party caucuses and the sitting of the House. Hence, we're looking at the evening. With that having been said, we'll just complete the last part, which is the minutes of the meeting previously held. We'll do page by page. If there are no corrections, members, may I then get a mover and seconder for the minutes?
I move the adoption, Chair, of the minutes.
Honorable Dr. Gastup moves adoption of minutes. Can I get a seconder?
Second, Chair.
Honorable Kumbu seconds. There are no objections on us approving the minutes. And this, therefore, honorable members, takes us to the completion of the business of our meeting. This meeting stays adjourned until we meet on Thursday. For those that are in the subcommittee at 8 on Thursday, and later on the committee from 6 o'clock in the evening on Thursday. See you then. Meeting adjourned. Thank you.